Welcome to Yerba Talks.
Welcome. We have a video review today. I am Max. This is Kat, and we are reviewing one of the debates that didn't get broadcast on during DebateCon. It happened on the side room, and it was between Inspiring Philosophy and Jvnior, and it's such a treat. It's so good, but not in the regular sense that it was an awesome debate. No, it's in the other sense that it was so bad that it was good. But yes, so tomorrow there is another debate between, give me 1 second because I already forgot, between Donnie from Standing for Truth and Raw Matt against Flying Spaghetti Auditor and Austin. So the topic on that will be, are humans and apes related? So should be pretty interesting. Donnie from Standing for Truth, I still hold that his channel should be called LARPing for Jesus. That should be the name. And I don't know if you noticed, but we finally have the emoji that everyone was waiting for, the booty call emoji. So for all of you members, you can use that. NetTube user says, hello, Max and chat, hello. Here's my answer about this topic. Neither is the best to me. What matters is how people live and out values like justice and compassion. I don't talk about the extremists on both sides. Yeah, I agree. But it was interesting on both sides in this case. Happy birthday to you, my good sir! I hope you're having a fantastic day. And we are, you know what? I hope that your day is filled with numerous booty calls. There you go. Happy birthday, CJ. We have to give it a minute until Isa comes along. 44. That's amazing. You look fantastic, CJ. All right. So yeah, tomorrow we have a debate, an after show, and today we are reviewing this and don't have plans for the weekend yet, but we might either Saturday or Sunday we might flirt a little bit because, oh boy, it's been a trip and a half this past couple of days with the tickets. So we'll see how that goes. Our last video we reviewed, Vlad coping about the tickets, Jaren's tickets. So we got the tickets that he'd been asking for months. And now turns out that apparently they're not important at all or something. for some reason, which, I mean, it was to be expected. But let me get you excited. This debate is just fantastic. Fun freaking tastic. You know what I'll do? I'll get us started, and Isa can drop in, because the first opening is not there's it's his default opening. Just cite a bunch of stuff. Don't I mean just mentioning it? I don't even know if he had slides, but we didn't get to see them, which I mean actually kind of sucks. So let me share that to you. Oh, wait. Before we get into that, make sure to do the social thing is like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send it to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and you subscribe to Yerba Mate Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. Hello, Red. All right, so let's freaking go. Foxworth says, Vlad wouldn't let me drop off fluids without a ticket.
So, without any further ado, the timer is set for you, Mike, for your 15-minute opening statement. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, James, and thank you to my opponent for agreeing to the debate. I want to start out by noting this is not merely a philosophical or religious debate, but a sociological one. We could all just talk about why each of us think our respective religions is better, but that would get us nowhere. We need to use real-world data as a tiebreaker. When we look at the peer-reviewed studies, the data strongly favors Christianity over Islam. This really isn't a topic that even should be up for debate, because when we run the numbers, we see research has already demonstrated that Christianity is far better.
I kind of find it funny that he thinks that data would just end the debate. Like, dude, I mean, there's flat earthers in the world, but no debate is settled with data for people who are just like fervent followers of a religion, like you, Mike Jones. You wouldn't be convinced that Christianity is false because atheism produces better societies or better outcomes. And you know how I say that Witsit uses the fallacy machine gun as a defense, right? Mike Jones uses the citation machine gun as a defense. That's his debate style. He will just quote over 10 studies every time he has he has a debate, does the exact same thing, and just quotes and basically gives the the AI summary of the study and just like mentions the title. But I don't know, I find it completely unappealing, and I also find it a little bit dishonest. I don't know, maybe either make the presentation available or make some quick link that people can just refer to if they want to look at the studies that you're showing. I don't know, make a folder in a Google Drive or something like that. That probably stands from me actually doing that kind of a thing. Usually I put my citations at the bottom of at the footer of the slide, and I also make them available for people to download. Ali Vallejo says, inspiring philosophy, more like uninspiring philosophy. Sophistry, sorry. That is. I kind of hate that the nicknames are broken here today. That usually doesn't happen around here. So I don't know, whoever broke the thing, please fix it. I'm fine with admitting I don't know if gods exist, despite being pagan. I'm kind of pantheistic plus agnostic theist at my core. I mean, I don't really have a problem with people having a position on that. I prefer people who, like Isa and Dr. J, would say that their position is a faith-based position, or Toon, for example. They have faith and that's it. But they're not going around debating that their religion is true and that their God exists and that other religions are false and they don't exist. Or like Andrew Wilson arguing against secular humanism, and the only thing that is always ever mentioned is like the birth rates, which is kind of dumb. Base of Progress for $5 says, I, like Isa, decide my philosophical positions based on a combination of charisma and machismo. That is very Latin of you, I have to say. That is how Latin America functions.
And I will press him on this point throughout the debate. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying everything about Islam is bad. What I am saying, though, is that Christianity creates more optimal societies with better results. And although there are some good results associated with Islam, it produces...
Oh, I like this from Red. Says, I don't know if God does or does not exist. My only position is that the arguments for the existence of God suck ass. Yeah. They are like... They are all inherently fallacious in many, many ways, like the God of the gaps, or arguments from incredulity, or like hijacking, like the guy I debated a couple of months ago, Mr. Biscuit, just hijacking stuff like quantum mechanics to try and make an argument for God. Yes, it's generally bad. So I agree.
Less optimal societies and results in harmful outcomes and practices. This will be clear as I go through the data. Let's start with war and violence. Davis Brown has spent several years studying this. He conducted one of many studies on the influence of religion in interstate armed conflict, and his model has robustness checks. In terms of government religious preference, he found that Buddhism was non-significant. Christianity was strongly negatively associated with war and conflict, but Islam...
in modern times, right? This is, I think that's a little caveat that you missed there, because back in the days of the sword, the Christians were very happy to slash people. Can we see Isa in the crowd? I don't know. The first time I watched this, I was playing a game last night.
Was positively associated with it. To quote, a state with a non-zero median Christian GRP is 60% less likely to initiate a fatal armed conflict than a state with no Christian GRP. A state with a maximum Christian GRP is 73% less likely. Whereas empirical results suggest that states with Christian GRPs are less likely to use force, they also suggest that states with Muslim GRPs are moderately more likely. At the lowest threshold of using force, a state with the median non-zero Muslim GRP is 84% more.
That's a very European approach. Most Europeans don't push their beliefs above others, nor impose them loudly or with rage. I that's fine. That's the way to go for me.
More likely to resort to force than a state with no Muslim GRP. He strengthened his results in a book he published in 2019. So when a society is Muslims, we see that conflict increases.
I honestly, during the whole DebateCon, a bunch of citations from books came up, and it doesn't strike me as like a scientific paper, a paper of various natures, like a sociological paper. That's fine. But a book, I mean, it's not like they don't let anyone just write a book, right? So even though, for example, he just quoted that this guy wrote a paper and did studies and then also wrote a book, like if you are quoting the study, why would you resort to the book? I honestly don't get that.
And when a society adopts Christianity, this contributes to conflicts decreasing. Joshua Wright, in his work, has found that Muslims score higher in religious fundamentalism. But fundamentalism leads to racial prejudice, hostility towards value-violating outgroups, and support for violence against outgroups. He says the evidence that Muslims tend to have more fundamental beliefs than other religious groups suggests that Muslims may be more susceptible to what Petchin Slade term the terrorist meme, an ideal expressing selective interpretations of the Quran that is spread throughout the Islamic world. In this way, fundamentalist beliefs may act as a facilitator for religious terrorism. Similarly describes how the jihadi message successfully motivates Muslims because it is a natural extension of the dominant narrative in the Islamic world and is minimally.
Wait, no, but it's not. Like Rachel Wilson's super great reference. Yeah, her own book. And what's funny is that a lot of her book is talking about how a lot of these feminists were witches and it was like a CIA conspiracy and so on. But she never brings that up during debates. She never wants to talk. And Red, yes, this it's supposed to be Jvnior.
Counterintuitive for most Muslims. Higher levels of fundamentalism may enhance the acceptance of the jihadi message. So Christianity results in less harmful outcomes due to less fundamentalism than what Islam fosters. M. Stephen Fish found that there's more political violence in Muslim countries. In fact, it is more than double what is found.
What do you mean? Because it's a lot of those are like caliphates and not like democratic government. So what the fuck do you mean political violence?
In Christian ones. Now he says the Muslim effect is small, but still has to conclude, all we can say with certainty is that Islamists do bear some responsibility for major episodes of political violence in the post-war world. He also notes Islam is associated with higher rates of terrorism. He says self-proclaimed Islamists have been responsible for over 3/5 of all incidents and nearly 7/10 of all deaths. Terrorism is not a uniquely Muslim disease, but its perpetrators in recent times are disproportionately Islamists. Muslims may be prone to tolerate terrorism in the name of their.
Is this debate gonna get a bit racist? No. It did get like a little bit down that road when Andrew Wilson debated the Pikachu, but for all of my dislike of Mike Jones, he is a little bit better in that sense.
Religion, which in turn points our attention to explanations for Islamist terrorism that have a religious dimension. To list a couple more, Monica Duffy.
Yeah, Pika Daniel. No.
Toff has found in her model that Islam leads to religious civil wars among Arab Muslims, but it's lacking among Arab Christians. Choi and Brown found in their.
Again, in today's world, historically, Christians have killed as much Christians as everyone else. I mean, the schisms were not too peaceful.
Their model that Salafism is associated with more suicide attacks. To quote, we reason that high levels of suicide attacks in Hanafi and Shafi countries are related to the subversive aspects of the Salafi movement. In one study, Jonathan Fox found that Islamic civilization is the most prone to conflict. And in a more important study, he said, Islamic majority groups engage in more than double the average level of religious discrimination as non-Islamic groups and nearly 5 times the average level of Christian majority groups. Religious legitimacy is about 50%.
Again, another term, like, dude, you need to define this shit. Because you talk political violence, and I don't know what you mean by political violence in a caliphate. And now religious discrimination, or whatever the term was, what do you mean? Because all religions do that to a more or lesser degree. Like, you think that your denomination is the one that's going to be saved. By some measures, you could consider that religious discrimination. So, I mean, so far, two concepts don't really get. Yellow.
more important for conflicts involving Islamic majorities than for conflicts involving non-Islamic majorities, including those involving Christian majorities. Islamic conflicts score about twice as high on both the composite religion variable and on relevance of religion variable as non-Islamic groups, and about 2.5 times as high as Christian majorities. Thus, there is clear evidence that religion is considerably more important to conflicts involving Islamic majorities and less important in conflicts involving Christian majorities. Speaking of discrimination, another study found religious discrimination is much higher in Muslim-majority countries than in Christian-majority ones. Christianity was
Didn't we just hear this?
also positively associated in the study with economic strength and democracy. Another study found that in Muslim countries, apostates and people of the book experience about 4 times the rate of discrimination than Muslim minority groups do. So Christians and Jews are not being treated as equals in Muslim countries. The data could not be more clear. Islam leads to more conflict, violence, and discrimination.
But they're not treated more equal. Like what? What is happening? What are they doing? Oh my. And this is a great point. Baboton says most Christian majority countries have post-enlightenment culture, unlike most Muslim majority countries. Yes. That is mostly because of the doctrine of bid'ah in Islam, which is this aversion to innovation. Sorry, had a brain fart there. Basil Proles for $5. Thank you so much. Please, a moment of silence for Ryan. Ryan didn't deserve to be fired. I agree. I don't know what the ins and out of that particular situation were, but yeah, I mean, Ryan was a trooper for the channel. And the other guy, Basil, do you remember the other guy? The guy that the other guy that attempted to host that one debate. He hasn't been back. Yes, so we're guessing he won't. But that being said, when Basil asked something of James said that he might be collaborating back. I mean, that other host was just terrible, absolutely terrible. And I mean, I would be a way much better host than that guy, like for sure.
Nation. Now, I expect that my opponent will respond to this by blaming it on other factors.
He's still streaming without knowing. In case you don't know, this new host came to MDD and he started the stream like 2 hours before. Was trying to figure out the screens, couldn't figure out the screens, couldn't figure out the screen share. Then apparently, I didn't catch the beginning of when the stream actually started. But apparently he was streaming from like work and got in trouble. I think you were there for that, Basil, so you might be able to tell me. And then he couldn't figure out the screen shares. No, it was like an actual freaking mess. Folks were how will the Flurs yell Ryan without him being there? We haven't had a flat earth debate, and it doesn't look like we're going to have flat earth debates on MDD anymore. Probably, sorry, hiccup. Probably moon landing, but not that.
But the research I cited factors in things like the effects of colonialism, wealth, influence from the West, and poverty. They still found that Islam is a variable among many others that leads to more conflict and violence. Removing Islam and replacing it with Christianity means we will get less violence, not a total absence, because of other.
I mean, not necessarily. We could just modernize them. Like look at the Muslims that actually live in the West. A lot of them they just assimilate. There are some others that are more reticent to actually assimilate into modern society, but a lot of them will actually assimilate. Oh, Eric says, currently outside with my telescope. Oh, I love when you say that. I love when you talk like that too, because then we get amazing pictures.
Factors like poverty and other things that lead to violence.
During the pre-stream, he acknowledged he had been suspended from work recently. And then he hasn't been back on MDD, so my guy, I would get back in good graces with that employer, because it doesn't look like you're gonna be a permanent host. What says Muslims think the Muslim won, Christians think the Christians won, atheists sit back and enjoy them both tear each other down. To be fair, you would have to be absolutely crazy, and I'm going to spoil just the result. You would have to be crazy to think that Jvnior made any kind of a point in this debate. Oh, yes. Just who we were waiting for. The man, the legend, Yellow.
Sorry if I made you wait too long. I apologize for that.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. We've been.
So you were able to, you made it through. Thank goodness.
Yes, I started. We did. You watch this, right?
Well, I've watched it about 5 times.
Oh, cool.
And I saw it in person. So I saw that in person. I was there.
Right.
I asked the last question actually.
Oh, I didn't. I haven't finished the. I got to like here, and then I went.
Well,
to something
you
else
might
'cause-
get to see Yerba Mate Talks.
No, let's go. Hello, I see Spin. Hello. Yeah. So far, it's just Mike Jones doing what he does. A bunch of citations. I did get a little bit lost on a couple of terms that he didn't define how like he was using them. He talked about political violence, but a lot of the Muslim countries are like caliphates and so on. So I didn't really understand what the hell he was talking about there. And then religious discrimination. Also, I would like to know like some specifics, like what the hell are you talking about? But yeah, so far. Mike says, I've been lurking. Hello, Mike.
The data is pretty clear. The world would not get better if we increased Islam's influence. It will result in more conflicts and violence. Next, we can look at political issues. Islam suffers from serious problems that Christianity reduces. Roll into Salem. You need to move up to slide 19. You're a little behind, just so you know.
The bearded doctor. Hello. Haven't seen you around in a while, but hope you're doing well. Like Mike or not Jvnior, like Mike or not, Jvnior was just awful. Yeah. That was kind of my point at the beginning. Yes, I completely agree. No one could ever, if you're being honest about the debate, no one could ever think that Jvnior made any semblance of a point during the whole interaction. Like, not one.
So Roland to Salem looked at Protestantism, Catholicism, and Islam. He found that nations with higher Protestantism have more voice and accountability in government, citizen empowerment, political stability, NGO membership, and have the ability to create political transformation.
Do you mind if I say something quickly on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
You notice he said Protestantism, Catholicism, and Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that is the best way to frame it, or would you say,
no,
if we're going to put the denominations of Christianity, shouldn't we put the denominations of Islam? Like, wouldn't that be more?
Yes.
It's like that's just my problem with like secular humanism versus Christianity. You need to do like Christian Science Temple versus secular humanism. Like that would be a more accurate position. You can't say I'm going to debate the whole of this position and then like a very particular. You can't debate a general to a particular. You need to debate a particular to a particular. And I think that's important in comparisons. That's at least my humble opinion.
Yes. What I was thinking just now is that I don't understand why he is attributing like secular characteristics of government, like participation, democracy, and that. He's just attributing everything that post Enlightenment world did by becoming secular, and he's just like, oh no, this is mine. Like, no. Basil asks you, Isa, who has the most powerful hug, Wilson or Mike Jones?
That's so funny that I actually connected with both of them. I actually met Jvnior too. I gave a handshake to Jvnior. Jvnior said some very shocking things during this debate that are
Boy. Don't
I
spoil
think
it.
it's
Don't
hard.
spoil it. No, let us laugh when we.
Okay, I
we
just
get
want to
to
say,
it.
like, from my point of view, it's like so different. I don't know, like I see religion very differently. Let's just put it that way.
You got it. Yeah, no, but we'll get to that. It's bad. Let me just say that. Thosis asked, which is more interesting to you, religion or flirt derp debates? Well, the flat debates are entertainment, just like pure and simple. It's just entertainment, right? These are more interesting from the intellectual point of view. Now, I think that I sometimes lean more. I want to laugh, and some days I'm more nerdy, right? But yeah. Both have their own place. Grounded extracts. Yes, get that interview out of the way because I want an interview, my too. But Mike asked you first, so that's how we roll.
Catholicism is positively associated with citizen empowerment, higher levels of NGO membership, and political transformation. Islam wasn't positively associated with any of these benefits. Additionally, Midlarsky found that Islam is linked to autocracy in 2 of the 3 of his measures. And M. Stephen Fish also found that Islam is associated.
Like, now we're at the stating the obvious part. Yes, they're supposed to have caliphs. They're supposed to have an authority figure. So, like,
But they don't exist anymore, though. So, like, it's not monarchies. It's supposed to be this spiritual authority that doesn't exist anymore. So it's a different situation, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, we did have Mohammed bin Salman.
But he's not recognized as a caliph by anyone except, like, the thing is, the Moroccan king considers himself the caliph too. A lot of people do, you know.
Well, but
Not
the
these intellects.
caliph, as in general, the caliph that would encompass all of that denomination. What we have is sort of like a caliph per country, right? Or a king, it would be more appropriate, right?
Right, exactly. And kings aren't really. See, the problem is, like, we have this difficulty. We have archaic Islam, and we have modern Islam, and we have postmodern Islam, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just different. Like, it's weird, like, when they talk about Dar al-Harb, you know, and Dar al-Islam, you know, and I think Dar al-Sulhi, like, there's a neutral ground, there's the place of war, place of Islam, and a place of neutrality. Neutrality. This is archaic. These aren't things that people do now. It's like saying, well, Jews practice polygamy because it says it in the Tanakh. Yeah, Jews don't practice polygamy anymore. And
Right.
Muslims don't believe in Dar al-Harb and any of those things anymore. Like, just things change throughout time. They have case-specific historical narratives. The caliph is that. The last caliph was gone in the early 1900s, you know. The Ottoman Caliphate fell. So, you know, it's just, that's the way it is. Now you just have, like, you know, your fiefdoms and your kingships, you know.
Right.
So,
Babaton says, what about the Ayatollah in Iran?
yeah, that would be the Shia,
the
Shia representative. But, you know, that's even debatable too, because you have the Aga Khan of the Ismailis. The Aga Khan the people who follow the Aga Khan do not follow Ayatollah. You get what I mean?
Right.
So
Yeah.
you have that situation as well. And the Aga Khan's pretty cool. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Like, that family intermarried with American royalty. Like, yeah, they're very chill and like progressive, and you know, like most of the leadership is actually like they're partially Persian, but they're mostly of European ancestry now. They've gotten intermarried deeply within European ancestry, and it's cool. I mean, I'm for it. I think I take the more open-minded position, so I'm far more aligned towards that kind of perspective.
Tim Davidson for $5 says, if Jesus is the way and to be Christian is to be in Christ, then aren't they just in the way? Thank you so much, Tim. And Basil for $5. Thank you so much. Isa, have you picked up smoking to emulate Andrew Wilson?
I don't understand what that means. What, because my voice is hoarse? I have a cold. That's
No.
silly.
If you started smoking.
I thought it was because of my voice.
No.
Oh. Why would I smoke?
No, never. Don't smoke. It's a waste of money.
Yeah, it sounds like a waste of money.
If
I know a lot of people smoke.
If I hadn't smoked since I was young, I
would
be driving a Ferrari. Yeah, pretty much.
Associated with more authoritarianism. He even says, we controlled for major structural factors that might create a spurious correlation between Islam and authoritarianism. And while several of these factors may explain part of the correlation, they do not account for all of it. My opponent has publicly said on X that Americans would be better if we lived under Sharia law. But the peer-reviewed data shows the opposite. We would see an increase in conflict and violence, less political stability, more authoritarianism, less citizen empowerment, and less democracy and more discrimination. Maybe he'll try to argue that democracy and too much freedom is not actually good for humanity, but research has found the opposite. Democracy
is not a Christian thing, for fuck's sake. I do not support that at all. Like, you don't get to hijack democracy. For why?
Well, and I think this is a strange situation too. Is Islam autocracy, or is that, a pre-Islamic situation that Muslim people have adopted? Like, all of these things have been in place before these traditions existed. And I would argue that Christianity is a renunciate ascetic tradition. It's not really a tradition of the state. People of the state have adopted it, but the narrative itself is an ascetic renunciate tradition. I'm sure you would agree with that. Like, that's it's very strange that people are like, look, Christianity is about marriage. And I'm like, huh? What, are we looking at the same tradition here?
I'm trying. I think I remember that there's a book that argues the case for Jesus being an ascetic. I think it was called Jesus Ascetic, or Jesus Asceta, actually, in Spanish. I'll try to find it.
Well, Jesus is right here.
Religious
Jesus Grande. That's my name in Spanish. Jesus Grande.
Yeah.
Freedom is associated with a host of positive benefits. If he tries to dispute this, I'll rebut it with data. Let's move on to women in Islam. Abdullah al-Andalusi once said, I think if you truly want to judge a society and how it regards human life, then you should see how it treats the source of human life, women. And then you'll see whether a society truly dignifies human life or not. Well, given that Islam is positively associated with violence, it should come as no surprise that we see an increase in wife beating in Muslim families, or as it's called in the literature, intimate partner violence, or IPV for short. This paper reviewed several studies and found, in general, these studies found high prevalent levels of IPV among Muslims living in the US and globally. Consistent with IPV research in general, verbal and psychological abuse.
The bearded doctor says, I don't think he's saying democracy is a Christian thing. I think he's saying that democracy is predominant in Christian nations as opposed to Muslim nations. Well, yeah, but we're comparing Christianity to Islam. And democracy has nothing to do with like either, right? The political system of countries is fundamentally separate, especially in the West. It's fundamentally separate. So, but I do. Maybe it's because I don't like him, but he does that a lot, in my opinion. So that's why I kind of went towards that.
Abuse was found most prevalent, followed by physical, sexual, and fatal. Individual, family, and interlocking societal problems, traditional beliefs, spirituality, and immigration-related stressors were associated with IPV as identified by several studies. Studies on beliefs about IPV found that there tended to be higher leniency in justification.
It sounds racist, but my name in Spanish is Thibaut. Timothy. Timoteo would be like the full name. So yeah, I don't know. I've never met any Timoteo in person. I don't think I would call them Timo. That is just, yeah. Beer, the doctor said the core is what's best for society. That's why I think he's bringing up societal issues. No, I understand. I just don't really. I'm not a big fan of. Oh yeah, democracy. When, I mean, if they could have a church autocracy. Well, maybe not him, but Andrew Wilson for sure. But yeah, never mind.
Of abuse in Muslim cultures than is the Western norm. Muslim men across the board tended to justify abuse more than Muslim women, except when the wife had an affair. A meta-ethnography looked at multiple studies as well and found that Muslim women reported experiencing a range of forms of domestic violence and abuse, encompassing physical, psychological, emotional, economic, social, and sexual abuse. In terms of physical violence, women encountered various forms such as beating, slaps, kicks, and hits from their partners and from members of the family-in-law. These religious values and beliefs were subject to the
Mike, 2 weeks ago, I had a debate with a Catholic that said that he would be okay with a little bit of a love tap on his partner, Ben Thorpe. And I kind of asked like his daughter, like how she felt about that. And I forgot one question. Like, okay, Ben, what would you do if Grace gets married and comes to your house one day, black eye, my husband just punched me in the face? What would you do as a parent, Ben? I forgot that question. I don't know how I missed that one.
Interpretation and guidance of religious leaders. Sharia law plays a role in shaping the behavior of many individuals within the community.
You can just say Sharia.
Sharia law dictated that women must be obedient to their husbands, and men felt empowered to punish their wives if they perceived them as disobedient. And they also say it is evident that religious beliefs were a strong influence on women's acceptance of domestic violence and abuse, and reluctant to leave and seek help. So not only do
Mike says, as a parent, I'd end up in jail probably for for termination. Give me 1 second. My sound card is making noises.
So what do you feel about this opening? Do you feel it's a little bit dry?
Yes.
Yeah.
I might be going. Check my back. Can you hear me, please?
I sure do.
Oh, okay, perfect. Sorry. I had a little bit of a static and I had to fix that. Basil for $5 says, Isa, which Star Trek future is more likely? The Council of Elders or warp travel?
I mean, they both could be possible. That's what's so cool about science fiction, is it's ideas that we could have. So I think it's super cool. You know what I mean? I think there are potentialities. And the exploring of these different potentialities are interesting, that are beyond what we know right now. I mean, it could be possible if you have the right variables in place.
Mhm.
Does Islam make Muslims more violent? This violence is often taken out on women. Because of this, it should become
This is kind of my point. The doctor said the openings had a lot of references, more than can be dealt with in this debate. Yes.
So I want to talk about Andrew Wilson for a minute. Whatever people think about Andrew Wilson,
Sure.
what he does is brilliant. He makes one point and he focuses everything on that one point. That's what a good lawyer does. Stick with one point, expound on that point, hit that point, and anytime people deviate, you focus on that point. It's a very good strategy. Like I'm studying that in my law class, like my detecting financial crimes, and my criminal Robin Bluth. I made a demonstrative, and the demonstrative says, "Follow the money, honey," and that is where I'm saying, look, Robin Bluth is a criminal. Robin Bluth hid the money. Robin Bluth took the money willfully, then transferred the money to his partner, to his spouse, and then she transferred it back to him. And you could see to get a vacation home, and it showcases that when you're following the money, you see that Robin Bluth is guilty because he's not doing the correct, he's not following the rules, and he's doing it on purpose to get around the rules. And that's the thing. You just say that slogan, follow the money, honey. And then that that's a much smarter thing than like saying, well, look at the Pew reports, look at the statistics, look at this, because people are going to get lost. You know what I mean? Focus on like 1 to 3 points, and that's it. And
right. But for example, in the debate between Andrew Wilson and Pikachu, I think Pikachu floundered the whole debate, but he made one really good point. That, okay, if you're going by IQ, then everyone should be atheists because they are the ones that have the highest IQ. And that completely invalidates Andrew Wilson's argument. And he kept on and on and on like a dumbass, if you ask me.
Well, I think the problem, though, is it's called a tu quoque. He's not saving himself. That's a bad argument in the sense that the argument may, in that sense, refute Andrew, but it refutes him too. He loses by promoting that argument. It's like you're saying, I want to sink the ship and I'll sink along with it. Like, it's a very dumb position, you know?
Yes. But at the same time, I guess that Andrew just completely disregarded. He never went down the rebuttal like, oh, that means that you're arguing against yourself. Like, he never did anything like that. Completely ignored that point, flew past it.
Well, because
yeah, but he didn't address it at all.
I think, time. So for Andrew, he's like, I'm focused on this point. Address my point. Your societies cannot function. He's saying, fine. There's a few points off of the situation. Okay, well, guess what? You lose. If the atheists take over and your scary story takes over, you're going to be destroyed. You can't win. You lose either way. You lose if we're smart. You lose if the atheist's smart. You're a loser. That's what he was saying. That was his argument. You know, he said it doesn't matter if the atheists are smarter. You still lose if the atheists are smarter. Because his goal was that the Christians and the Muslims need to bond up together to fight the evil Jews and fight the evil atheists, right? The evil atheists and the evil Jews are the puppet masters. Peter Thiel, an evil puppet master. The evil Jews, evil puppet master. And then Andrew really cooked him. Andrew said, oh, you got 10 million Jews. What's happening? They're kicking your butt. Those 10 million Jews are kicking 1 billion of your butts. How great are you? I mean, I thought that was like a crucifixion right there. When he said that, I was like, "Oh, dude, that's a roast, man."
But I mean,
about Jews, but the Jews have defeated you. You know.
But not all Muslims are like at war with the Jews. It's a very minor sect.
You're correct, but
and it's also easy like to say, oh yeah, the Jews are kicking your butt when they have the American government just giving carte blanche of guns to Israel.
Yeah, but those other countries have lots of benefits too. They've got Saudi Arabia, they've got the UAE, they've got Qatar, they've got a lot of oil money too. So it's like,
yeah, but who makes
comparable? But you know,
who makes the best weapons? Who has the best weapon systems in the world right now? It's the U.S.
Of course.
So if the U.S. doesn't give you weapons, then you're already at a disadvantage.
But you have
And
to
the problem
understand,
is that with the kind of weapons that modern warfare is based on, you could have a very small army deal with a very larger army.
But the thing with Israel is that Israel won before America supported Israel. In 1948, they defeated 6 Arab nations themselves. So I'm like, yeah, I don't think Israel's a tough cookie. It doesn't need America to win. America supported Israel way down later on the line. Israel irrigated the land. The Jews that came in, they did a lot. And I think people don't even recognize because they just keep thinking America supported them. No, America actually was against Israel. The British were against Israel. These people had to fight tooth and nail to get where they're at. Then they got supports later. They got their, what do they call them? Their endorsements much later down the line. So, you know, you had 6 Arab nations fighting them. So it's wild.
Basil says, Isa, do you think my super chats make fun of your infatuation with Andrew Wilson are effective?
It's not about infatuation. I just think he's a talented debater. I think he knows what he's doing, and that's why he has a following. I give credit where credit is due. He's a good debater. I've watched a lot of his debates now. I've watched him on his whatever. I'm like, this dude knows verbal combat, and he's very good at it. That's why he defeated Daniel Akikachu like really badly. There was like Daniel was in defense mode. Daniel had not one attack. Daniel didn't even critique Christianity. He didn't successfully defeat Christian. He didn't even throw a punch. He's like, guess what? We can join up and fight the evil atheists. We can join up and fight the evil atheists. And I'm like, that's a loss, dude. Oh, and he had to throw. And it's like, God, I hate.
No, I agree that that Andrew
suck, man. They all keep saying Palestine and Israel. Like that infuriates me. You have a topic, and everything's Palestine, and you don't even know about this conflict.
True.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
I agree that Andrew like kind of slapped Daniel around, but a lot of Andrew's tactics are just like dishonest. They're just inflammatory, and I don't jive with that. Pable for $750 says, "Oh my, he's gonna make me say this. Drop a like, culo rotos." I will not translate that.
Tell me in Discord what that means. Is it like slang? I've never heard that word before.
Yes, it's
a bad word. It's a bad word.
It's bad, but it's funny, and yeah, it's a weird. Spanish is weird. I'll tell you after. Basil says, Isa, will you be making an ad for Main First Project?
Dude, I want to tell you something funny. When that guy came up to promote Main First, I started dying. I was laughing.
Right?
I'm like, the dude is a total joke. He's like, we're going to fight the libtards.
We're
going to fight the libtards. I'm like, dude, let me tell you something about me. I'm pro-environment. I'm pro-LGBTQIA+. Yeah, I'm not exactly the right candidate for this type of situation. I'm a lot more progressive and leftist. I don't think I fit into this space, you know. So yeah, like that would be a wild thing. He's saying, get the libtards, get the eco terrorists. We don't want them in our country.
Well, he said libtards, but then a couple of the times he also like gave his little presentation, he was like, yeah, we're fighting the evil communists. And I was like, I laughed out loud every time. It was like, communists in America? Like, seriously?
Yeah,
but then you have the disconnect of everyone lost, like the right or the Trumpers lost their collective minds when Mamdani came out, like was elected mayor of New York. But then it's like Trump leaking Mohammed bin Salman's boots in the White House, and everyone is like, yeah, that's what we need, fundamentalist Muslim. Yeah, because he's gonna give us $1 trillion, and then go like, weird. America's such a weird place. And then Basil. No, sorry, we covered this one. Let's keep it going for a bit.
It's no surprise that M. Stephen Fish found that in Muslim countries, women have lower life expectancies and lower levels of literacy. Not only are women abused more in Islam, they even have shorter lives and less education. It is clear Muslim women do not have the same respect and equality that they get in Christian societies. What's interesting is this study looked at the effects of when Christians moved into India. Christian missionaries began a massive education campaign, and the results speak for themselves. This study found that Muslims had on average 15 literate girls per 1,000. Hindus had on average 21 literate girls, and then Christians dwarfed these numbers by having on average 203 literate girls per 1,000.
Tay says, I mean, to some Americans, any kind of socialism is communism, like universal healthcare that Canada has would be seen as communism. Yeah, because it's all remnants of the Red Scare. And that's why when I debated like Rob, I was like, yeah, you keep talking about the left. The actual Communist Party of the USA is infinitesimal. So it's rough to say the least.
Similar results were found in Africa. Education tended to decrease in historic Islamic regions, whereas in places like the Gold Coast, due to Christian missionary influence, education increased. Back in India, another study found similar results with education, but also health outcomes. They say Muslim women are comparably less literate, married at a younger age, and are less likely to work. Christian women have the highest literacy rates in our sample, marry at older ages, and work at rates higher than those of upper caste Hindu and Muslim women. They also found with the addition of controls for possible endogeneity in the location of missions, infant Christian girls in the full sample are 3.702 standard deviations taller, and Muslim infant girls are 2.1 standard deviations taller than lower caste Hindu girls. So not only are girls better respected in Christianity, they're more educated and healthy at birth. We know Islam allows polygamy, but polygamy is associated with a wide range of poor health outcomes, as two meta-analyses found. Women in polygamy.
Basil for $5 says Lawrence Krauss is in the Epstein files. Is FTFE next? Is that why Wilson gave him a hug? Like, is this real? Like, what? I honestly don't know what to say. Like, the Lawrence Krauss, is that like an actual thing? Can you source this claim? Because I don't know. That's wild. Is FTFE next? I wouldn't think so. When I spoke on when I came out with the whole story with Voldemort. I called Craig. Well, he asked me and to give him a call and explain and so on, because he was on vacation and he was like distraught. I mean, he has children, and not that it's an impediment, because a lot of these people also have children, but I don't know. Is that what Wilson gave him a hug? No, Wilson gave him a hug, as far as I heard, because he had a little bit of a breakdown. He's still kind of mourning the loss of his mom. Yeah, it's true. Scientific American, Lawrence Krauss.
Oh, that's correct.
For
that's
the
correct,
science
right?
and woke movement, so I guess the far left will hate him. That's correct. What, Isa? Sorry?
You're saying that's Craig. Craig lost his mom.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah, it's
he
tough to
kind
lose
of
a
broke.
parent. I lost my father. It's not easy. It's really hard.
Polygamous marriages suffer from somatization, obsessive compulsive disorder, interpersonal sensitivity, depression, anxiety, hostility, phobia, paranoia, and psychoticism. It also found children in polygamous marriages who have lower academic achievement. So because Islam allows polygamy, it allows for more harm done to women and children. Christianity outlawed polygamy early on, and thank God we did. Now, my opponent may try to bring up people in the Bible who practice polygamy or Christian.
I love that claim. Christianity banned polygamy, and thank God we did. Wouldn't you think that if there was any downside to like polygamy, that God would have banned it, and yet he, for a large period, remains pretty much silent on how many people you can be married to.
I don't. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know why we need to ban it. Why just not do it? Like, if you don't believe in it, just don't do it. Same thing with like
Right?
abortion. If you don't like abortion, just don't do it.
Yes, that's what
I think it's really
that's my
simple.
approach. Like, okay, we legislate, but we allow certain things. But if you don't like them, then don't do them, and everyone is happier for that.
I don't know. I kind of agree with that. That's my live and
Yeah.
let live.
Pretty much.
Authors who allowed for it, but that won't work because in Christianity, we have moral progress. God tolerated polygamy in the past, but it was only temporary until a more perfect covenant could be established. And in the New Testament, we see the only types of marriages that are allowed are monogamous ones, citing what was established in Genesis 2. Christianity also has a concept called the two books, the book of Scripture and the book of nature. We're allowed to use what we find in nature to better help us understand Scripture. Edward Grant notes that this attitude towards science and the natural world comes out of Christianity's concept of the separation of church and state, which Islam lacks. Since we now know that polygamy is very harmful, then it becomes sinful for Christians to engage in this practice. Islam lacks these kinds of principles and is too restrictive, which prevents it from experiencing similar moral progress. Child marriage also results from Islam, specifically from the fact the Quran pretends Muhammad is an excellent moral example, but Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6 and consummated the marriage when she was 9, meaning he was a non-exclusive pedophile. Muslims around the world use this practice, and as the study shows, to justify child marriage in large numbers. There is no doubt among researchers that child marriage is one of the most harmful practices that young girls have to endure. And I cover this more extensively in my debate with Daniel Akikachu, police be upon him. But there are numerous problems, including high risk of physical damage.
I approve. I approve of the jab.
Mental damage, physical abuse, and even fatality from childbirth. Again, there is far less child marriage in Christian societies for obvious reasons. We're allowed to reason from the damage such practice causes that it is sinful and should be rejected. There's so much more data to cover, but I'm running out of time. But given what I covered here, it should be clear that Christianity gives us far better results than what Islam does. If you want better societies with less violence and conflict, more political stability, less authoritarianism, less discrimination, especially of us Christians and Jews, better treatment of women, less child marriage, and many other factors, you should prefer a Christian society. Now, my opponent needs to account for this data tonight. As I said, this is a sociological debate, okay? If he ignores this data, he will be conceding the debate because real-world data shows Islam causes all sorts of problems. You just can't sit there and do armchair science. You actually need to go through the data, present your own data to show that Islam creates better societies. If he doesn't do that, I don't really care about how he interprets the Quran or the Bible. That's his interpretation. That's not how it manifests in reality. So what I expect is what will happen is we'll get a bunch of Bible verses out of context and just some interpretations of the Quran, but that won't be enough to deal with my data. But let's see what he has. I look forward to hearing what he has to say.
Well, I mean, a lot of your opening was just hijacking stuff that secularism has implemented into society, and you're calling it Christian. I mean, could you please name one Christian society? I mean, other than or let's say 3, other than the U.S. Where do you have Christian society? I wouldn't know.
So my position on this is it's hard because I don't know there's no such thing of a Christian society in isolation. It's like it's Christianity fused with your ancient European feudalism, Christianity fused with modern Enlightenment secularism. We have to be honest. It's not really Christianity or Islam. Like the Islam that they call the Golden Age was Sufi mystical Islam, right? All those people were mystics who came up with the math and science. They're not Salafis, yet Salafis will claim them. You notice that, right? You'll see Salafis claiming these Golden Age mystics that they would call heretics. Do you get what I mean? It's very bizarre. So like the Christians that we're seeing are, he's talking about modern Enlightenment Christians, you know, and that's fine. But it's like, I think we should call it what it is. It's modern enlightened Christians versus ancient European feudalistic Christians, which are very different.
Living in secular societies, because I mean, the most you could argue is that the U.S. is very largely Christian in the population, but the society is still secular.
And that's the point.
Itself.
There's no real such thing as a Christian society.
No.
It's like societies that are they're all fusions, because like secular is not a religion, you know what I mean? So it's like, for example, I would say that Jesus does not teach monarchies. Jesus does not teach fundamental hierarchies. He teaches a mystic Judaism, right? But why do we see these manifestations of feudalism? We have to watch the Javid versus AP debate too, because Javid is wrong too. Javid is not understanding the politics. He's only looking at the so-called religion. He's not actually looking at the political element, that really Christianity is a tool of politics. These are feudalistic societies that are having the image of Christianity, right? Of following Jesus. Jesus is on the banner, right? But really,
Yeah, and for example, the verse that they would also that they will always justify, like to give unto Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God. That to me like screams interpolation. That to me just screams like Roman interpolation of the
for
text.
me, when I read that statement, it's very simple. It's like, we're mystics. We believe in God. Yeah, we live in this world. We'll give these people their money, but we don't actually believe in them. We believe in God. Give them their coin. We don't care about it. We
Right.
believe in God. That's what I hear from my studies of mysticism. That's what he's saying. It's very clear. It's not, we actually respect the Roman society. If he did, why would he be a wandering mendicant that's going around and healing people? Wouldn't he be having a job like the so-called capitalists where you got to work your 9 to 5? Wouldn't he be going and working at the Roman consulate there or whatever they had at that time? You get what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
If the argument is true, then his actions would follow. His actions don't follow what they're saying. He was an anti-authoritarian. It's very clear. He eschews the authorities that he engages with. He does not bow down to them. The authority says, like Herod tells him, do magic for me. He says, no, I'm not doing anything for you. And he basically just ignores what they say. He stays quiet most of the time when he engages. So, it's
The bearded doctor says the scripture means Caesar's name is written on the coin, so it's his, and Genesis says God's name is in our heart, so we are his. It's not a political statement. Basil says for $5. Thank you so much. Isa, let me introduce you to this one true Scotsman.
I'm not sure what that has to do with anything we've just said.
I have no idea. All right.
I think he's trying to make an argument of the no true Scot. He thinks he's witty and he's trying to do a no true Scotsman, but I'm like, no, I'm just stating the facts of what this person was. He's not a European. European people appropriated him, and then they try to make him in his own image, in their own image. And that's okay. That's fine, but let's just call it what it is, right? And a lot of people in different traditions, they take whatever culture, and then if they're following a religion, and they make the protagonists in their own image. Like Muslims do this with the Hebrew prophets. The Muslims turn the Hebrew prophets into Arabs. They're not Arabs. They're Israelites. You know what I mean? So that's it.
The bearded doctor said, I just preached on that topic 2 weeks ago at my church.
Cool.
Maybe I remember he has a master's in, I don't remember if it's divinity or biblical studies, but I have some questions, and some on the after show for the DebateCon. Some dude came on here and completely crashed out because he couldn't answer some basic questions. I have the one that I'm having right now is Genesis says that God spoke the world into existence. Let there be light. I wonder what language does God speak. That's one. And then with that guy on the after show, we got into a whole thing, and the guy was being an asshole, so I was being like 10 times the asshole. But I do have the argument. That in the Old Testament and Jesus himself, they are all quoted to say that you're meant to follow the law forever. And then comes Paul, and all of a sudden you're not supposed to keep the law. And I don't know how, like, why does that happen? Because to my eyes, I mean, Paul was just riding his horse, fell on his head, and just started hallucinating. And that kind of makes, I don't know why someone that also thinks that Jesus is God, why one would listen to Paul and not like God. Yeah, no, we didn't post the link because we're going to do like this today. But I think I do have your email. Let me check 1 second.
And we'll definitely have a conversation about all of this.
We can arrange that. Yes. Give me 1 moment. I think I sent you an email.
This was just a small aside. We're really talking about this debate.
Yeah. I'm going to play it for a little bit because I need to go to the toilet.
Sounds good. I'm taking a little snack now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We will kick it over to Jvnior for his 15-minute opening as well. Thanks for being with us, Jvnior. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, James. Just making sure my mic is working. You guys can hear me fine? Perfect. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Michael, you made the whole audience fall asleep in the last 15 minutes. What's going on? Like, I thought this was an opening statement. You presented a lot of data, and I took notes in my Quran. I'm not sure if you guys are allowed to do that in your Bible, if you can take notes or not, but I took a lot of notes and made sure to not write the words that you said about the prophet. We'll get to that later, though. I'm a Muslim Palestinian. I believe Jesus Christ is the Messiah. This is my opening statement, a very powerful one. Where from Palestine, you say? Some may call it Israel today, but I'm from Nazareth, the literal birthplace of Jesus. My grandma got kicked out from Nazareth in 1948. Why? Because she was Muslim. Muslims have been oppressed in the Middle East ever since Israel has been established as a state. What does Christianity and Judaism say? Jews are the chosen people, and Israel is the holy land that belongs to Jews. Unfortunately, if I was to bring Bible verses to try and disprove that today, I wouldn't be able to convince you guys because America tells you to support Israel. But the reason I'm here today is to show you that Islam is actually better for humanity and not a threat to humanity. We didn't come to destroy America. We didn't come to make you hate Israel. Even though Israel is committing a genocide against our country, for 700 days, my family starved. I sent them money. They couldn't even buy flour because the money I sent them wasn't enough.
All right, so we started off like on all cylinders, but my grandma, and while I was watching this the first time, I was like, who the fuck cares? This is, debates are not the place to trauma dump. And I'm being kind of like funny because like obviously it's horrible that someone gets displaced from their house, like all the compassion that you know that I'm capable of. But from the debate point of view, I was like, who cares? Who cares about your grandma? Like seriously, my grandma is not an argument. My grandma is literally not an argument.
It might be good to talk about this in therapy.
Yes, like, sir, you seem to need some emotional help to deal with this process, which I'm very sympathetic to. I hope that your family is fine and they can get through this. But this is not an argument. This is not the place, not the time. And it only gets worse from here.
For 700 days, my family would call me every night telling me, I don't think I'm going to talk to you tomorrow because maybe I'm going to die. Maybe a bomb is going to drop on my house and I'm not going to be able to talk to you. For 700 days, I cried and prayed for Jesus to return on this earth. How many Christians do you know that do that? I'm a Muslim with a Palestinian.
Oh my God. And now, like, what? Isa, what is the... In Islam, Jesus is supposed to come back also, right?
That's correct.
Right. But
He's supposed to break
also,
the cross and kill pigs. According to the tradition. Yeah.
it's also like the end of the world. It's like
Yeah.
when Jesus comes back, it's the final countdown, right?
That's correct. So it's weird to ask for that. Do you really
Mhm.
want Jesus to come back? Because that, and you would need there also is supposed to be like an associate who is the descendant of the Prophet of Islam, who will be with Jesus. And it's weird. Like, will Jesus just become another Muslim? I mean, I don't know. This has always been a strange thing for me, bro. It's like, I think I love honoring different cultures. So you're from Uruguay. You have a rich
Mhm.
culture. You have a rich language. What would happen if I erase your language, erase your culture, and then say, okay, you're now my culture. You're now my heritage. You're now my thing. Are you
No,
really the same person now, or have I erased you completely and just you have your name, but I've erased everything else about you? Do you get what I'm
the-
saying? You understand what I mean?
yeah, no, I do. It's we are in Uruguay in particular. We are very malleable because we don't have much remnants of the indigenous populations. But for example, the whole the carnaval, our carnaval, which started from the liberation of the slaves by them just playing drums on the street, and then we incorporated Spanish companies were doing something called zarzuela, which are sort of this musical parodies with political criticism and so on. We incorporated that into the carnaval, and we made it like we put our spin on it, and now we call that the murga, and so on. But we're kind of malleable, but there is a Uruguayan culture of mate, of dulce de leche, tortas fritas, which are fried grease cakes when it's raining and so on. So yeah, it would suck if it would.
It would be really weird. And it seems like this is what's happening with Jesus, is that you're erasing everything about who he actually is. Jesus is not married, right?
Yeah.
He's a monk who is like a spiritual, like kind of master, like kung fu. I don't know if you've seen that show, but it's a show
Yes.
you should
David
see.
Carradine.
Exactly. He's like that kind of guy, right? And he goes and he has like mystical adventures. That's what I think about when I read the New Testament, right? He's this guy on mystical adventures, you know? And then you're
Mhm.
like, I'm going to take everything away from who this person is and then just make him like me. But he has his name still. And I'm like, then that's not the person anymore. You've
Yeah.
destroyed everything of what actually he is. And I agree with Christians when like Muslims say, I believe in Jesus, but Jesus is not Jesus anymore. He's just like some Arab dude who talked about God. That's a problem for me personally, Max. Like, I don't
Yes.
get that.
He does bring up our favorite point. Jesus was a Muslim, but then but also contradicted himself. We'll point it out when we come to it. Max said, "Yes, Jesus is a torta frita. Oh, it's raining right now, and I don't know how to make torta fritas. But I would torta frita con dulce de leche. Ugh.
Identity with the same birthplace as Jesus. I wasn't born in Nazareth. My grandma was born in Nazareth. But I feel such a deep tie to that location and that place for one reason only. We suffered death for the last 700 years, for the last 700 days. We suffered oppression for the last 75 years, and I'm still standing in front of
Max, yes, no, it will change your life. Torta frita con dulce de leche, yes, 100%. And if you're really, like, if you're really munching, torta frita, dulce de leche, torta frita, you make an alfajor of torta frita, holy shit. Basil says tostones. I don't know what that is.
I think
today
that's
with a
Spanish.
smile on my face.
As far as I know, he told me parents are from Cuba.
Oh, wow. That's cool. I just learned something new tonight. Maybe that's a
I'm still
Cuban.
standing today praying
Yeah, maybe it's a Cuban thing. Let me check. Hold on. Tostones. Oh, tostones. A cuisine made from twice fried smashed slices of unripe green plantains. They're savory and starchy. They are kind of like torta fritas, but with instead of being made from grease. That's cool. I would definitely try that.
For the return of Jesus, and I'm still trying to make humanity better.
Cheers.
So despite being one of the most oppressed individuals in the world, a Muslim is standing here in front of you telling you, I want to make the world a better place. So let's begin. How can Islam make the world a better place? How can Islam improve humanity? Doesn't Christianity already do that? Well, when you bring Islam into the equation, Islam simply brings more clarity. It brings more completion. It brings more simplicity. You brought up a lot of points about polygamy in the opening statement, which you didn't say anything of your opinion. You just read research, which is kind of disappointing because I was hoping to hear some of your opinions about Islam. The only one that you sort of yelled out was a slur against our prophet. That's usual. We're used to that.
Sorry, wasn't a slur. He was just describing.
Islam's clarity is very, very prominent in our book. The book says,
Basil said the best actress of all time. Nice.
I was joking.
I'm just going to open a random
Sorry, go ahead.
She's Cuban.
page on the book, and I'm going to read, all right? And I'm going to show you how precise this book is. You saw me flip the page. I didn't put a lot of thought into it. Indeed, we have created man, and we know whatever thoughts his inner self develops, and we are closer to him than his jugular vein. This chapter, chapter 50, and the verse that I just read is verse 15. Verse 15, chapter 50 in the Quran, randomly pulled up, just told you that God.
I don't know if you have this in Islam, but for the longest time, Christians used to do something which is called bibliomancy, which basically is what he did. Just grab the Bible, go like that, and then go boom and read a verse. It became there, nice shirt. It became a heresy because it borders on divination. So in Christianity, bibliomancy is a heresy. Is it a heresy on Islam to do that, Isa? Or is there any kind of pronunciation or something like that with, let's call it Quranmancy?
I would say there's probably there's an openness to it. It's because the Quran is this holy text that wherever you open it to, that's the truth. That's the haq.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So,
okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of Muslims actually do exactly what he did. What he did do that a lot of Muslims would not do is write in the Quran. He wrote notes in the Quran. I'm like, I showed this to my mom, and she was listening, and she's like, turn it off. That's terrible. Because like to her, that it's such a sacrilegious thing to do, to dare write in the Quran. So
and your mom is Jewish.
Yes. My mom was just like, this is horrible. Writing in the text is, no, Muslims do not do that. They would not write in the Quran. They would not write notes in the Quran. That is,
right.
They've never heard that, because that would be, the Quran is a sacred text, so you wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that. The bearded doctor said bibliomancy 100% heresy. I know a thing or two.
God is the creator of man, and God is closer to man than his jugular vein. I don't see Jesus sitting right next to me. I don't see Jesus anywhere in this room. So either the Quran is...
My guy, Jesus died. What is that? Like, what?
This opening is legendary, though. I'm sorry.
Oh boy, yeah, it's legendary in the sense that it's one of the worst things I have ever heard.
It's hilarious.
As an opening.
It's hilarious. It deserves an SNL skit.
Oh boy, yeah.
I mean, it's
Or
like,
something is missing.
I'm sorry. One thing I wanted to say.
You got it.
It's something that it takes one of the things I hate in most of these, like some debaters' tactics to the max. It's like, we must talk about Palestine. Palestine. And I was just like, I thought we were talking about Christianity. Palestine. I respect and love Christianity. Palestine.
Yeah.
I'm just like, are we having Palestine Tourette's now? Palestine.
It does seem like it. They can't because it's an appeal to emotion. It's like, oh, look at us, we're so oppressed right now.
And just debate Palestine. Why don't they just take? This is the thing I'm not understanding. Go and say, let's debate Palestine. Be transparent. Debate Palestine. And then I think all that emotion, it will all work. Just debate Palestine.
Right. Basil for $5 says, Isa, get that cough checked.
I already did. I'm fine. I'm recovering.
Recovering, right? Baboton said, what about those little booklets that give you a verse of the day? Does that count as bibliomancy? Huh. The idea of the bibliomancy is that you're trying to do some sort of divination of the future based on, I don't think like a reminder of the verse of the day would count like that, but I wouldn't know. Also, the doctor says, hey, Isa wore that t-shirt at the DebateCon, right? Yeah, I remember seeing that. Hey, Yerba Mate Talks tea. Yes, it's for now it's the only one in existence, but yes, I'm very proud of the design. I love the sky blue because it's the sky blue of the Uruguay football jersey. It kind of represents, and of course, because we are a by-country channel, I included both flags because it felt really good.
You got to put the last statement that the bearded doctor said. It's hilarious, and I think it's pretty accurate.
I feel like Jvnior thought he was being really deep, but he just came off as self-absorbed and uneducated. Yes. My thought is that he has no clue how to debate. No freaking idea. What says, have a great night. Bye.
I want to tell you something funny. It sounded like he was giving a khutbah, like on a Jummah prayer, and he's like, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen wa nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa na'udhu billahi min ash-shururi anfusina. Like it sounded like that, right? He was just doing the khutbah, and he's like, brothers and sisters and al-Islam, I invite you to the Deen al-Haq, to the truth, the path of truth. Alhamdulillah. Brothers and sisters, we have to understand there is a crisis in Palestine. We must make dua for the people in Palestine. It is suffering, it is pain, it is trauma. We have to understand all these evil LGBTQIA. They're so evil. They're so bad. They're bringing everything down. We are suffering. We are in pain. Islam is in trouble. And brothers and sisters in Al-Islam, we need to get the haqq. We need to get the sabr. We need to get the patience. We need the truth. And we need it now more than ever. We got to keep praying. We got to keep fasting. We got to believe in God and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Look, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like that's what it sounds like, right?
I was going to ask you the other day and I forgot. The Sabur, that's the Psalms, right?
No, that's Zabur. Sabr or Sabur is patience. Sabr is patience. So, but Zabur.
How can anyone think that Arabic is this divine language when it sounds like all the same? Like that is just ridiculous.
Well, we actually don't have a B or a V either. So like the word violin, Arabs can't say violin. They say violin.
Violin, right.
And you have a backpack? Beg. Beeb.
Right. It's like in the Hindus that speak English, for example, instead of saying advance, they say at once, like with a W. And Max said, Sabur! that is something very, very Latin. Yes.
But it's really
I literally
funny. This is the most hilarious thing where he's like, I want you to know I had a dream about Jesus. And I'm still a Muslim. I'm still a Muslim.
Yeah,
I had a
hold
dream
on.
about Jesus.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. That's coming right up.
Right. I thought we did hear.
Max said, now I picture a group of Muslims dressed in very traditional clothes, but dancing to Latin music, like shaking their hips, like below the hijab. That is funny as hell. In the Caribbean, yes, in the middle of the sand.
just opened this verse randomly to show you that Islam is very clear.
Oh,
you will
wait,
never open
one thing. When James presented this guy, he said that he was like he had a music career, like, and as far as I know, music is haram.
For a Salafi, it definitely is, and it seems like he's inclined to that. So he kind of retired his music. And what was interesting is he also, James said something also funny. He is a master, like has an advanced discipline in the Quran and the Bible. When I heard that, I started dying. I started laughing. I was like,
no, really not. And the other thing that also comes up a little bit later is IP has a tattoo of a Bible verse from the Old Testament. I think it's Jeremiah something. If you value the Old Testament like that, the Old Testament is very clear that you shouldn't go around like branding your own body for the dead, and then makes like a general claim that you shouldn't mark yourself at all. So, I mean, how do these people make any kind of sense? Like, seriously.
in the Quran and read a verse and be in confusion. This is a myth. Anybody who says, open up the Quran, you're going to see evil, they don't open up the Quran themselves. If I was to ask Michael here, what are the 6 pillars of faith in Islam? He wouldn't even know. You probably study that because it's a very...
Remember, the pillars of Islam, we've covered them a lot of time. It's fasting Ramadan, the prayer five times a week, the Shahada, which is the declaration of faith. Help me out with the last ones, Isa.
So yeah, you're correct. Shahada, 5 times a day prayer, giving zakat, giving your alms, fasting the month of Ramadan, and Hajj to Mecca.
And the pilgrimage to Mecca. Yes, there we go. He does say that there are 6 though, and I don't.
Those are the creeds he's talking about, and Mike does bring him up. Believing in God, believing in the angels, believing in the books, believing in the decree of God, believing in the Qadr.
What is that?
The Qadr is like kind of the destiny, that there's a destiny and the power of God, and the last day.
Yes, but he brings that up, and then we'll undo it in just like a few minutes.
Popular question, and apologetics right now. That's good. I didn't ask you the question though. This is my opening statement, so please let me finish. In Christianity, there are a lot of great stuff, a lot of amazing stuff, because the God of the Bible is the God of the Quran. So when you say that Christianity is so amazing for humanity, I actually agree with you. I live in a Christian country. I was just going to say it's the 6 pillars of Iman. So it's belief in Allah, belief in angels, belief in the books, the revealed books. This is the problem when people say the books are corrupted. If you're going to quote that, then you can't critique the Bible. That you lose that right to do that. So believing in the real book, believing in the prophets, believing in the last day, and believing in the divine decree of God. Those are the 6 pillars of Iman.
Speaking of the Islamic dilemma, I think I found not a defeater, but a stalemate. The first part is that no, the books are not corrupted, and for the second part of the argument is that when you go to the New Testament is supersessionist in regards to the Old Testament. So one could make the argument that the Quran is also supersessionist in regards to the previous scriptures, and that just gets you a stalemate. Swallow. It's okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
If you do that, if you take the supersessionist position, the difference is that Christianity says that they still believe in this stuff. It still quotes from these texts. It just says we interpret the text differently. The Muslim has to read the text and then just say, look, we're going to read the text in a different way. You know what I mean? So like the Jews and the Christians, how they read like Jeremiah, for example, or Isaiah, it's two completely different readings, right? I think if Muslims took a more tactical approach, they could do the same thing and say, look, we're going to read these texts through a Muslim lens. So kind of like what you're saying, but reclaiming the text and putting it through an Islamic lens. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's a good argument from the Christians. And apparently, I saw a video today, I haven't watched it yet, that apparently they're working on a Talmud dilemma. And I saw David Wood talking with this guy that was proposing the Talmudic dilemma for Islam. And I kept thinking to myself, like, David, why are you like giving any kind of legitimacy to the Talmud when the Talmud says that Jesus is boiling in feces in hell? I don't think that that's what you want to do, right? That just seems weird to me.
Well, I think it's probably a different Jesus anyway. There were a lot of people named Jesus, so the Talmud is so many different volumes of texts anyway. Like it's hard to say. Like it's just a bunch of rabbis communicating with each other. It's very similar to Islamic sources. Rabbinic Judaism and Sunni Islam are pretty identical.
Right. Thosis says, when are we going to see Craig's debate? They're going to be publishing these in the upcoming weeks. But until they actually make the debate public, James put like a huge sign at the beginning of the debate, like, hey, like if you share this, if you stream it, if you download it and republish it, he will copyright strike. And I mean, I don't want that to happen.
I became educated enough to be able to stand on a stage, well, sit down on the stage and talk to you guys about the return of Jesus.
No, none of that. You're not educated and no one cares about Jesus coming back. We're supposed to be debating another topic. You see what that Crucible Cock said to Craig during the Q&A. Yes, I saw that. And if you go to Craig's channel, he has a little bit of a confrontation with that guy.
Talk to you guys about the oppression that is happening in the world that is hiding behind Christianity and Judaism. Christianity right now is at a very critical point. You guys are the world's largest religion, the biggest group of Jesus followers. Muslims are right behind you. People like Michael Jones have a hard time believing that Muslims follow Jesus. Muslims believe in the virgin birth of Jesus. Muslims believe that there's only one son of Virgin Mary, and his name is Jesus of Nazareth. Muslims believe that Jesus only spoke the truth. Muslims believe that the Bible was the word of God and was revealed by Allah to humanity, just as the Torah, the Zabur, and what came before it. There was even a group of monotheists that
I like that he didn't finish that because he said was the word of God, like it actually implying that it's corrupted, right?
He does that further. You're right.
Don't do that.
It's also hard because he's like, oh, you follow Jesus. We follow Jesus. And I'm like, to a Christian, you're following a demoted Jesus. Jesus is God, Christian. This is a major insult to a Christian, where you tell a Christian, hey, your God's a peanut gallery prophet that's behind our prophet. Do you think a Christian's like a person who's devoted to Christ is going to be like, yeah, I want to join your religion, which demotes my guy, God, to a peanut gallery prophet that is only in name there and has really no significance besides being sort of like a, like those cardboard cutouts that you see in like a like a video store, a video rental store. That's how a Christian would view what happens to Christ in Islam. So like you're not going to persuade Christians saying we follow him when unless the Christian isn't really that devout, you know what I mean? Or
Mhm.
you know, like they might have a problem with Trinity, but if you think Jesus is your main man, it's going to be very hard. It's going to be extremely hard for you to be like, yeah, I'm down with Islam, which devotes my guy, you know?
Right? Yeah, and there's some other controversial things, like it was made like Jesus didn't even get crucified. It was made to appear to them as if Jesus got crucified, so even the sacrifice didn't happen, so that also takes a lot of value from the figure of Jesus for a Christian. Like, this guy has no clue what the fuck he's doing. Like, seriously, I could actually defend Islam better than him.
And there's another problem. Jesus is going to come back and he's going to get married.
Right?
Like, what Christian is going to be like, dude, you're stealing away his Jewishness, you're stealing away his messiahship, you're stealing his divinity, and you're making him a peanut gallery prophet that has no more value than a cut up board figure at a video rental store. Like, that's not gonna persuade people. Like, any Christian who's like, I'm deeply devoted to this is gonna be deeply offended. And this guy just get the message and he's like, my mom's a Christian, but you know what, she left Christianity and became a Muslim. I'm just like, yeah, you don't get it, bro. You missed the assignment.
Lived in ancient Mesopotamia that are mentioned in the Quran called Sabians. Now, if I was to call them Muslims,
Who
someone
cares?
like Michael would lose his absolute mind. He would say, how are they Muslim? How are these ancient people that predate Islam, why are they considered Muslim? Well, because there's a central key foundation in the doctrine of Islam, which is submission to God.
No. That's an etymological fallacy, for fuck's sake. It's not submission to God, because that would make every single like, if you believe in God, let's say you're a Muslim, and you want to reduce the definition of a Muslim as it being submission to God, the only that makes everyone a Muslim, because no one can outpower God. Everyone definitionally would be submitted to God. It's a pointless categorization when everyone fits that. The only one that wouldn't be a Muslim would be Shaitan or Satan, potentially the jinn, right?
They probably be forced into submission to God too.
They could be forced, yeah, but they do have their own sort of like will, mischievous will.
And that literal phrase, submit to God, exists in the Bible. Jesus taught us how to submit to God. In Matthew, it says he fell on his face and prayed. He fell on his face and prayed to submit to God. He gave his free will to his Father and never did anything out of his own will. He never taught his own words. I would call Jesus a Muslim. Every time I post on...
And you would be wrong. You would be all of the wrong. That point was made in a recent debate with David Wood and God Logic and two Muslims. They said, well, I guess we're all Muslim then. Yep.
So then we're all Jews, we're all Christians, we're all Hindus, we're all Buddhists.
Pretty much, yeah. When you speak with the Salafi Wahhabis, they do claim that everyone is a Muslim because you sign a contract with God before you're born. So that's why they call converts, they call them reverts. But that is just atrocious argumentation. That is just insanity.
Well, and also, what does a Muslim mean? A Muslim is a person who does the stuff. They pray, they fast, they do the 5 pillars. Why are there 5 pillars of faith? Why are there 5 pillars of Islam? Like,
And
just
if you consider me, it also gets you into some problems, because like me, that I have been an atheist my whole life, if you apply that criteria, I would be a Muslim. And then with some of the stuff I say, according to some of the rules, then that would give you the right to split my head from my shoulders. And I would prefer that very much not happening. Right? I'm being hyperbolic, but
it's so weird because I believe in social contract theory. So, like, it's so bizarre when people say, I have a right to this. And guess what? When you open that door, that right happens to you too. You're arguing for might makes right. You don't want to take that position, bro. To any of these Muslims who want to do that, you want to take a might makes right position, then the Christian apologists who are like, kick the Muslims out. They will. And you're going to lose. If you want to take that position, you're going to lose. You know, people are going to lose their favor with you. They're going to lose empathy to you, and you're going to put yourself into the path of perdition. So it's a very stupid position. Positions of violence and malice and nastiness, you know what they lead to? Self-nastiness. I actually agree with what Jesus said. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. So you want to cut people's heads off? Guess what? Your head will roll too. Don't live that life, bro. Because once people, if you show that you're a menace to society, the society is gonna take you out. That's what reality is.
What was the guy's name? He called him communist Central Dawa.
Yeah.
That was the guy that said, "Yeah, your blood is halal."
And he said it. He's really not charismatic. He's like, your blood is halal. Your blood is halal. His accent's like, ugh. They make fun of your accent. I'm like, dude. You got sexy Spanish accent. That dude's got boring, bland, monotone accent.
And the other thing is that, like, Central Dawa, another one that claims to always have been a Muslim, and then it's also filled with tattoos. Like, you're not supposed to do that. Like, how can he take you seriously when you literally go against stuff that is just basic?
And he's got a Jesus tattoo also.
Oh my.
Ooh, yep, he's got a Christian tattoo.
The bearded doctor says, I can call Jesus a blue-eyed white dude, but that doesn't make it true. Just because we call him something doesn't mean that he really represents. Yeah, here we support brown Jesus because he was a Middle Eastern, so he was more likely, I mean, at the very least, tanned.
He's definitely not that image of the blonde hair blue-eyed. We know that, but it's so bizarre that it's like what Jvnior's arguing is Arab Jesus. He's Arab Jesus. And like he's not Arab either.
I think it's the Ethiopians that they believe in black Jesus, which, I mean, I would be all for, except if he had been born in Africa, but he was born in the Middle East. It's not
let's just own what it is. It's not a problem.
Right? I mean,
it's so bizarre.
This is a Muslim.
The whitewashing or the whitewashing or the blackwashing, it's just not the way to go.
Prophet, it gets 200 likes and 3,000 replies. Why? Why is it such a bad statement to say that Jesus was a Muslim prophet?
Because you're wrong. Because you're factually incorrect. That's it. Bruce Wayne said, blue eyes and brown hair, the eugenics poster child.
Hopefully in this debate, I can clear up the misconceptions that Christian apologists always trip on when it comes to explaining why Islam is better for humanity. Michael Jones brought up some very good points, and I agree with him. Islamic community needs more education. We need more freedom from the West. We need
conceding the debate, like right there.
This is why
bombs to stop dropping.
Bad. It's pretty bad to concede your debate in the opening argument.
Boy, yeah.
Do you know Daniel did that with David?
Yeah.
He's like, Islam is violent. I'm like, we're asking, is Islam violent? Why'd you choose this topic if you were going
Right?
to Islam is violent? You've just lost by your own testimony.
Our heads while we go to sleep so we can improve humanity. Islam will never be able to better humanity as long as Islam is in war. Right now, people like Michael Jones are declaring war on Islam. They say, oh, Islam is good. You know, not everything about Islam is bad. But then they go and say, our prophet was a pedophile. So there's a bit of hypocrisy here. I didn't come to you with data in my opening statement. I came to you with a real story, real pain. And I'm not even making it about my.
No one cares. Appeal to emotion. No, like, dude, I feel your pain as a fellow human, but this is a debate. No one cares. Just, and oh my, I remember what comes next.
So
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. What I just said. Like literally, no one cares. I don't remember if it's now or in the rebuttal, but
all I'm trying to remind you is that Jesus is returning. Jesus is coming back in this lifetime. I've had dreams where I met Jesus. I'm still a Muslim.
no one cares.
I mean, the thing about Palestine,
Oh my God.
what does Palestine have to do with Islam? Palestinians are Christian, Muslim, and Druze. You're making your Palestinian identity about being Muslim. There are Palestinians who are not Muslim. What happens to them? What about Christian Palestinians? This is a bizarre take where it's like you're conflating being Palestinian with being Muslim.
Yeah.
So it's I don't know, it's a very bizarre take, and you're like, and I'm also you have the wrong enemy here. You know, your enemy is a Christian here. Your enemy is not a Jew. Your antagonists of your story are evil Jews that caused you harm, which is not even true. The story is not even a true story in of itself. It's far more nuanced, far more problematic, and you don't take any accountability for the attacks that Palestinians did on Jews, because that did happen. There were massacres of Jews. They happened even before Israel happened. Arabs did massacre Jews. Arabs did try to force convert Jews. Are you going to take accountability for any of these things in history? No, we're going to go 75 years back to Nakba and say Jews are so bad. I'm not going to talk about the 6 Arab nations that invaded Israel. We're just going to ignore all of that. Anything that's against my case, wrong. Look at the bombs coming. We're not going to talk about what Hamas did. Hamas broke the treaty. I was there. So I went to Jerusalem the year of 10/7, right? I went in May. They had a deal for a ceasefire, right? Hamas broke the ceasefire and did 10/7. They agreed to a ceasefire. And I'm like, you have to take responsibility. You can say, okay, Israel did this thing wrong. What did I do wrong? When people just say other people are wrong and I'm right, I kind of write you off. Like I don't listen to anything you say. I'm like, you're not real. You're the patron saint of victimhood. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear a patron saint of victimhood.
Yeah.
You and I both have histories of victimization, but we don't live our victimization. We don't keep talking about it. It's a part of our life. We own it. We're not going to spend our lives blaming whoever the people who victimized us did that. We're not living that life. And when people live in that life, they can't grow. They can't become better people. And we can empathize.
I honestly, I can't say that I have. I mean, people have tried. The worst that I've ever felt discriminated is when someone, like when Jimbo was mocking my accent. But that is also doesn't really affect me because I can just say a fucking phrase in Spanish and it's like, yeah, motherfucker, I'm bilingual. Like what?
No, but the thing is, he's not affected by this either. It's his family that's over there. My family's been affected by stuff in other places.
Right.
But I'm like, he's not directly affected. But the thing is, it's the perpetual sainthood of victimhood. And I'm just like,
I think that the worst that I've ever experienced is being the poor kid in a private school. That's kind of like my biggest trauma.
I had that too. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, right.
It's a pretty bad experience. But the thing is, it's like we all have our own traumas. And how do we choose to deal with our traumas? We can be courageous. We can use it to become better people, or we can use it to basically manipulate others to feel sorry for us. We have a choice to do that. Do we want to manipulate people to say, hey, I feel bad for you, and now you've win everything? I'm sorry, that doesn't work for me. I've been
Yeah.
through a lot of struggles. I don't even share the kind of half of the hells I've gone through growing up. But I don't take the traumas I've had in my life and hold on to that. I say, guess what? I'm strong.
No,
I
at some
feel.
point you have to either like let go on your own, or you have to get some help, like
No,
go to a psychologist,
I agree.
psychiatrist, or
I
like
agree.
you have to deal with those traumas. You can't keep constantly bringing it up, like
It's a
nah,
victim
nah.
card for manipulation. And that's my problem. It's not saying, hey, you know what? These other
Especially in a debate, right? Because I mean,
and
it's
you're not even debating someone that you can use that with. And all the Muslim debaters do this. Daniel did it. Javed did it. He did it. They all bring up this debate and they have the wrong opponent. Their opponent isn't the Jew. They're debating Christians.
Mhm.
So it doesn't even work. Their argument isn't working.
Max said, but he had dreams.
Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
That means there's something in Islam that you all need to understand. Something that I'm going to try and bring out of my heart today. So maybe it can reach any open heart in the audience today, or anyone watching that genuinely thinks that Muslims are not bad people. I'm going to put your heart of comfort. I'm going to put these accusations to rest. I told Michael, don't insult a prophet. Don't go there, because you're going to change the whole.
Again, like, you know that's going to happen. You know that's going to happen. Like I, for example, I've developed a more sophisticated approach to criticizing. I never talk about Aisha. I don't care. I think there's more. There's many different things to criticize of Islam than that in particular. But you are in a stage on an event, and you know that it will inevitably come up. So you when you're telling him don't insult my prophet because it will change the dynamics of the debate, you're just handing them uh, the key to trigger you. This is just dumb from the debate perspective, from the debate strategy perspective.
Yeah, and
Muslim evangelical, yeah, he does seem a little bit preachy right now.
I mean, the problem is, it's like, this is the wrong kind of forum for this situation. And it's just like when you keep bringing up Palestine and Israel, I think you need a different kind of discussion. Like, if you really care about Palestinians, you need a route to helping Palestinians. You have to use diplomacy, you have to use negotiation. These are the ways that you're going to help Palestinians. But if you're like, well, I'm suffering, the evil Jew is bombing me, I'm like, these are the people you have to work with. You have to work with Jews. You have to work with Israel if you want a state, if you want peace. But if you don't want peace and you're not interested in that, and you're just like, I want everything, then you will get nothing. And that's your
Right.
loss. Sorry. And then people say, I want you to know something. This is so important. We are the indigenous people of the land. We are entitled. And I'm like, sorry, bro. There is no entitlement in the world. That's not how this world works.
Right.
You don't just get to say, I had a piece of land before, and now I get to have a right to it now. You know what? You fight for it. I'm sorry. This is the way that these situations are. We live in a hostile world that if people want territorial land, they have turf wars. They fight for that land. And then if they win, they get the land. That's how most land was acquired. I'm like, sir, madam, how do you think you ended up in this land to begin with? You were a part of a group that won a war and you got put there. It's not that you just magically live there. That's not how these things work. And I think they've created a faulty narrative of what reality actually is. Reality, history is bloody, it's horrific, it is awful. It's about one group conquering another group. And we're trying to get to a place of civilization. We're trying to get to a place of modernity, but we
Mhm.
are bathed in blood. and we need to own it. So you saying how terrible these people are and they stole, I mean, your folks stole from other people too, man. That's why you were there too. I'm sorry. I got to call the truth right here. And that might bother people, that might hurt people, but that's the way that it is. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, I mean the Muslim Empire went around also, pillaging and
It stole
killing
stuff. And they
and
stole
taking women and taking slaves and all of the stuff.
It just happened. I don't like that. You think I want to say that you think I want to say that didn't happen? Of course I want to say that didn't happen. But unfortunately, the reality of how the world is, it's just like saying the earth is flat. It's just not. The earth is just not flat. Muslims did conquer. Christians did conquer. Jews historically conquered. All of these people did this stuff. That's just the way it is. So, you can cry and be upset, or you can just tell the truth. And, I'm trying to stay on the path of telling the truth. So,
what's the pink vinyl? I don't remember the name. I'll get it in a second. I'm stretching my knee because it's locked and I'm not being able to crack it.
Debate, and he's already done that. So the direction of this debate is not going to be a back and forth. It's rather going to be who can win over the audience. Michael's not telling you Jesus is coming back. A Muslim is sitting on stage telling you Jesus is coming back. Go back to your churches. Go back and read the Bible. Read what it says about Jesus. So when he comes back, you know who he is. We pray for Jesus to come back because we literally cannot leave our country. Palestine is literally enclosed in an open air prison. Nobody's allowed to leave unless they pay
Not the topic. Not the topic.
$10,000 ransom fee. To who? We all know who. We all know who. The governments, the people who claim to be Christians, Muslims, Jews, but they're not telling you Jesus is coming back. Michael Jones is not.
It's always the Jews.
But why do you care if Jesus is coming back or not? Why is this so important?
I mean, the world is pretty great. I don't want it to end. And I'm sorry to tell you, but Jesus is not coming back. Sorry.
Telling you Jesus is coming back. The people in Palestine are telling you.
Go ahead.
No, you've ruined my life. Everything I knew that existed has collapsed.
I got the vinyl is called the Mystic EP, and it has a track called Inner Peace, Vivre Shun remix, and Circles.
Oh wow, that's my EP. I'm the Mystic, remember?
Yeah. It's a nice vinyl. It's deep house. It's kind of like chill for openings. It's a pretty good disc.
Jesus is coming back. The people who watch every single church get destroyed. The church of Saint Polyphorus in Gaza has been destroyed.
You destroy the temple also and build the Dome of the Rock. So, I mean, we can't really go there. Here, this is the one.
Who destroyed the church of Polyphorus? Who did it? Was it Salafis who did it? Who did it? Or was it...
I don't remember. Yeah, I have it's beautiful. I have a bunch of discs that I love, colored discs. I love them. Pablo, for 750 Uruguayan pesos, the variable that changes is who happens to have power in any given historical period. Yep. I may have destroyed it, yes. Or potentially Cat is the more likely culprit. I mostly do tech house. No, don't have any preferred deep house.
I hope.
I get my. There's been a couple of vinyl stores popping up here, but I get the discs that I can when I can. I haven't bought one. Future base, ew, no.
I can get a statement from you, Michael, that says, I condemn the genocide in Gaza. You claim to be a defender of children. You claim to love children. You know what I've been doing for the last 700 days? I haven't been attacking Christianity. As a Muslim, I've been posting videos of our dead children. And what happens on the platforms that I post them on?
Wow, what a magnificent.
I get shot.
Oh my God, cry me a river.
Well, it's actually deeper than that, bro. It's like it's kind of perverse. I'm sorry. Like if that was my child and someone dared post my child, they would get a slap.
Yeah.
A peaceful slap. No, I'm joking. But it's like they would get a strong verbal retort. Admonishment. Because it's like my child is buried. My child is gone. Let me grieve. I don't want my pictures of my children posted. Can I have my privacy? It's death porn. It's torture porn. It is pornography. It is wrong. Let the dead be buried. Like, I don't want to see pictures of the Holocaust. I don't want to see dead bodies. Let people have their honor. Let them have their dignity. Let them be able to rest in peace. Let these families be able to grieve. Why would you post pictures of them?
And I mean, the most important thing is I found you on Spotify. Yes, I'm on Spotify and all like every music platform ever. It's not the debate, dude. Like, seriously. From the debate standpoint, this is just like plain embarrassing.
I get called a liar. I get attacked. Muslims face so much persecution today. So for you to just say that Islam is not better for humanity is just unfair. When Islam gets out of this age of war and enters a golden age of knowledge and education.
Yeah, that sorry to burst your bubble, but that happened already. And there's a reason why it stopped. I may be a little bit off base, but my thoughts on this is that the idea of the bid'ah also stagnate scientific progress. Because the age of Islam, we do owe a lot to the Muslims, who were the ones that kept Greek knowledge alive and who developed algorithms and math, and the method of distillation comes from Muslims. But then for some reason it stopped. So I would ask you, like, okay, why did it stop? My thought is that it's the bid'ah thing.
We owe a lot to Sufi Muslims, not to Salafi Muslims, to Sufi Muslims. These were all Sufi Muslims stuff. So, you know.
What do you think? Why did the golden age of Islam stop?
Because it's because of extremism.
Because
of terror. It's fear of the unknown, fear of the Greek, fear of these things that they believe will take you away from God, and they lost everything.
And they kind of lost the plot.
They lost the plot. Instead of growth, they were like, well, we must go become Arabs. We have to forfeit our identities. We have to now become Arab. What a beautiful thing.
You will see the beauty in the Muslim people. Did you see the viral TikTok video of the woman who called 20 Christian churches? I don't know if they were Protestant or Catholic. I'm not going to go there.
Oh,
no!
Sure.
What is this?
This is an oh my cat. What a disaster.
This is literally an oh my cat. Like, seriously, you're bringing up viral TikTok videos as an argument in a debate? Is this where like the dawah has gone?
Well, this is his expertise. It's social media. I think he's an Xer, right? That's what he came here from. He's the X platform.
Holy cow. Like, seriously, man.
But I think this should wake up every single Christian in America.
Specs been a member for 5 months. Oh my God, that's a long time, Specs. Worst opening I have ever seen. I agree. And we've seen some trashy openings, like really trashy, but this one takes all of the cakes.
Oh, I love this opening. It's completely SNL quality.
Yes.
You know, you're like, you show this and you're like, here's a modern day debater coming up. Everyone, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I had a dream of Jesus, and Jesus was a Muslim who prayed 5 times a day. The topic, sir, is which is better for society, Christianity or Islam? Yes, yes, yes. I'm here to tell you that Islam is so good. Islam says in the Hadith, we don't hit women. Alhamdulillah. Let me call my wife up.
Oh no, don't spoil it, because
Oh, we
people
haven't
have-
even gone there. Oh, dude, we haven't.
No, we haven't got there yet. I think it's in the first rebuttal. Pablo for 750-year Guayan peso says, before religious fanaticism, the Arab world in general was at the forefront of science. Yes, and then but there were also they were also like kind of pagan, and they were also warring with each other like all the time. So if you want to make an argument, like a positive case for Islam, is that you could make the argument that it unified the Arab tribes under a banner, and they kind of expanded. So what that I think that is a better argument than any of this nonsense. Like seriously. I forgot about the. Oh, it's coming. Yeah, we're going to watch until then at the very least, because that is just insane.
You have a single mother. I don't care if she was a scammer. I don't care if it was a social experiment. I don't care if it was just a TikTok video. A woman calls 20 churches, and all of them refuse to give her baby formula. She calls an Islamic church, or at least that's what she called it. A mosque told her when and where. Where are you, and when do you need it? And he asked her one more question. What kind of baby formula do you need? The mosques are equipped to handle such tragedies in society. They're equipped to handle such demands from single mothers, whereas the churches are not. So it's quite ironic to me that Michael, sat down last night.
What, are you mocking his gesticulation?
Oh, 1,000%.
Why? I also gesticulate a lot.
No,
I speak with my hands.
No, because the way he's doing it.
Oh, okay.
It's not about the gesticulation. It's the way that he does it. It's very much like, I'm the boss. I'm so strong here. I'm so tough. I have you. I don't know who the person was, but it was kind of profound what they said. But they basically said that it's like it's very pretentious, that it looks so deep. It's so profound, but it's deeply self-absorbed. It's deeply self-absorbed and completely out of tune and untouched, out of touch. And I'm like, it really is like that. And he's like, Michael, let's talk to the audience. What does the audience say? What does the audience say? And I'm like, dude, the audience is all Christian, dude. I'm like, yeah, and these aren't just Christians; these are crucible Christians. So, crucible Christians are not going to be on your side, dude.
No.
So,
and I mean, you can't project strength when you're doing all of this whining. And I feel the same way. Like, I hate saying this, but literally no one cares about his anecdotes, his appeal to emotions. Like, all of this is just completely fallacious in all of the ways.
Last minute, pulling up all this data about women being oppressed, when in fact, you know what? Women are not oppressed. I'm literally going to call my wife right now, and I'm going to show you a real-time example of a good Muslim husband. Hi, baby. How are you?
Just dealing with a teething toddler.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is she crying? Baby, I have one question just real quick because the audience is listening. Have I ever put my hands on you?
Oh, no.
Have I ever beat?
In the last month or so, we've seen someone sing for an opening, Grace Thorpe, We saw what was the other one? Someone that told like an actual story. It sounded like a storybook. And now we have calling your wife mid debate. Like I can't. I can't explain to you how I laughed when when I saw this the first time yesterday, like last night. I laughed to the point that Cat, which generally ignores me being loud, he like lifted his head up and was like, "What the fuck is happening?" Because I was just like wailing, laughing.
You?
No.
Okay, I love you so much. Let me finish this debate and I'll call you back. So right there, you can't make this up. I've never put my hands on my wife. I've read the entire Quran. I'm in the process of memorizing it. I'm in the process of memorizing.
How does that change the fact that whether you want to take the more extreme position that you're allowed to beat your wife or that you're allowed to discipline them with a little rod, how does that change anything? It doesn't. This is on the same level when Andrew Wilson said there are no people starving in America because we're the fattest country in the world. And it's like, dude, the fact that you have some motherfucker in the Midwest that weighs 600 pounds has nothing to do with the fact that that other person is starving to death. It just doesn't change the fact. We are a small church with fewer than 100 attendees every Sunday, and we provided full Thanksgiving meals for over 200 families, as well as school supplies and other essentials. Just saying. That's fine. Yeah, that's okay.
Well, I want to say something to this too. It's like, honestly, when it comes to like giving, I've seen Christians be pretty top tier when it comes to this.
Yeah.
In America, Muslims are not like this. So what he's saying is like 1 in a million. I'm like, churches and synagogues, like in my area, that's the folks who are giving. Like the Jewish Federation does a lot of giving, and it's actually a little bit different than Christian giving because there's no proselytization. Because Jews
Right.
don't believe in proselytization, so they just give the food and the people go. So
Yeah, that's my criticism of when like people like Andrew Wilson is like, oh, Christian charity is like, yeah, but if you have to give, if I'm starving and you have to give me a plate of food, and I ask you for a plate of food, and you say, sure, but listen to this mass first, I would be like, yeah, no, not doing that.
I actually literally have seen that. So I've worked at this place where they serve food, and half of it is a sermon. And it goes like this. The guy goes, he says, brothers and sisters, I want you to know I was on the streets. I did the drugs. I was in the sheets. I was doing all the terrible crimes against God. Against God. But then the Lord of Jesus came to me. The Lord of Jesus came to me. And then I was saved. So all of you hungry and tired and meek folk, you need to come to Jesus too. You need to come to Jesus. Does anyone want to give a testimony? Raise up your hand. Give a testimony in the name of Lord Jesus Christ. Lord Jesus Christ. I'm not even joking. I saw this and I'm like, I'm sitting up, I'm like, brother, I don't mean to be mean, but I feel really embarrassed for you right now. I'm like, this is so cringe and embarrassing. And I'm like, my heart goes out to you. I know you're being sincere, but
and of course, it's not every church. There are churches that just give help without like in a disinterested way. I think that's good. But when you use it as like a capturing tool, I don't support that. I think that's bad. Just like if you have the food, just give the food and shut the fuck up.
I actually agree with
hundreds and hundreds.
NetTube user says it looks like a staged act. I'm like, how the audio was perfect and you could hear the phone. It really comes off as being pretty staged. You know, the whole thing. It's just like, I have a teething toddler. And he's like, baby, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to have called you. Baby, after we're done, let's have a little chit chat. And I was like,
I mean, that is a whole new level of booty call, and I mean, we do have the booty call emoji, so I think we can spam it just a little bit because that is just hilarious. Where we go? Come on, load that! Boom, 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 boom! Booty call. That is a weird booty call. Based on problems for $5. Isa, be honest. Does Andrew Wilson have incriminating videos on you? Blink SOS. Come on. Isa is one of the nicest,
Oh, you're funny. Thank you.
kindest, not criminal people I've ever met.
Well, I appreciate you. I think it's just that my position is that Andrew Wilson, I think, is a good debater. Like, I do think he's good at what he does, and that's why he has the Crucible. I think we just have to own that. Whether we agree with the substance of what he's saying is a different matter. Like, for example, do I want a Christian nationalist society? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. A Christian nationalist society that don't. I kind of like secular societies. I'm far more. It's just like I want to do my own thing in peace, and I don't want any religion telling me what to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of my position, honestly.
Or
truthfully.
like, even if you were to accept that, you would accept your religion to tell you what to do, or you acknowledge that your religion guides your life through moral stances and so on. You wouldn't want to impose that on someone else, like someone like me. You wouldn't want me to have to change my life just because your religion says so.
Well,
Right.
my paradisial city is a city where all identities exist. And
Right.
people, any religion, any culture, like Jerusalem was very much like that. When I went to Jerusalem, you had people of all different religions walking around. That's kind of my vision of what a Mecca would be, is that any identity can just coexist with each other and you kind of just live together and live in peace, whether you agree with what everybody says, but you just kind of walk around and live in your places and you kind of interact. Like, I don't know. I don't think that world is such a hard world to live in, but it's so weird. Like, people want their thing to be the chosen thing. And yeah, I don't, not really into that. So
Bearded Doctor said, I don't want a Christian nationalist society that is flatly unbiblical. I agree.
well, I don't think we need any religious society. I think we just need peace. We need to be just in peace and just, I don't know, be left alone. Just
And yeah, contemplate. I think that the best way to legislate is to contemplate the needs of the population and legislate and allow the things that we can allow. And the good of that is that if you don't want to do it, then you just don't do it. Like, don't want to get married, like, don't want to get married to someone of the same sex, just don't do that. Don't want to be trans, don't do that. Don't want to do drugs, don't do that. Don't want to have an abortion, don't abort. But you also contemplate the needs and the wants of other people too. And that's pretty much how your way goes about it.
Hundreds of hadiths, and not a single one has told me to put my hands on my wife. And if it did, I definitely would have, because I follow Islam.
no.
No! Another concession of the debate. Like, dude.
I'm sorry. If a religion told me to do that, I would be a lone defier. I would rebel against it.
Right?
This is what makes me different than like other people who are religious. If God came and told me to do evil things,
I wouldn't.
I would say, I'm sorry, God. I'm going to have to take your punishment.
I can't, right?
God, you made me this way. You made me in the way of rebellion against you. So I have to rebel against what you're saying. Sorry.
I remember there was one guy that thought that he had a gotcha on me, and he was like, okay, so if we were in an apocalyptic situation, would you, and humanity is on the brink of extinction, would you be willing to like forcibly breed women so that humanity goes extinct? I went like, look,
yeah.
If we were on that situation,
then there would be no way that the people could survive.
I could not live with that thing hanging over my conscience. I would just like, if it's our time to go extinct, I would rather go extinct than like enslave someone in that manner, even if it is like literally for the survival of the human race. I don't think that if you survive like that, then what comes after could be any good. And he was like, "Oh, you see, in my society, we would continue living, and you would just go extinct." And it's like, yeah, but are you not understanding like the moral principle and the abhorrence of forcibly breeding someone? And like, dude, you just considered the debate a second time when you said that if you had a hadith about hitting your wife, you would just do it. That makes no sense, dude.
So
No freaking sense.
is this person a Christian that was debating you?
Yes.
Oh wow! You know what's fascinating? Christianity is a celibate religion.
Yeah, I know.
So the guy's like kind of he's putting his own culture onto Christianity. Sorry, Christianity is not a pro family religion. It is not a pro let's keep reproducing. Christianity has no concerns of that. Jesus has no concern with that. So they're liars. They're lying on Jesus's name. That's blasphemy, dude. That's high.
Yeah.
If I were you, I'd be like, dude, you're a high-end blasphemer, man. You're putting words into Jesus. That's your culture, dude. That's your basic bro culture that you're claiming is Jesus.
Yeah,
So
I mean, those are the bro believers. That's basically it. They're brochans.
Everything Islam tells me. The reason I'm sitting here taking scrutiny today, being attacked, whatever he says to me, I'm going to accept it. You know why? Because none of this matters. What matters is the return of Jesus Christ. Jesus will return. I swear to God, if I speak lies, may God strike me down. May God kill me. We are facing.
Are you kidding me? How cool would it have been if he would have just been struck by lightning at that exact moment? That would have been like freaking epic. I mean, Allah missed a chance, missed a really big chance there. Sorry. How epic would that be? That every time someone says that, something would happen, and it never does.
That would be wild.
That is just insane. This opening, holy cow!
A genocide in Palestine right now. They made this whole play online that there's a ceasefire. There's a yellow line, and if you cross that line, you're going to get murdered without any question asked.
The guy got really bored. My guy, here, take a mate because you're probably dehydrated from all of this crying. For fuck's sake.
I want to take a moment to say thank you to our friends at Main First Project for sponsoring DebateCon 6, as they also believe in the values of free speech and fair debate. Main First Project is fighting for conservatism in New England. And
yeah, we're fighting the evil communists that plague America. They're everywhere.
It's definitely an interesting sponsor to have. This is really, I don't know. This is an interesting sponsor to your platform.
Oh my God, yes.
I'm sure this is Basil's favorite sponsor of all time.
Yes. Basil and I were like losing our minds when the guy came on and
I was there.
The evil communists.
When I was there, I started laughing. And I'm around a lot of people who actually believe in this. And I started laughing. I couldn't help myself because I was like, it's so stupid. And I was like, I'm a type guy. And I'm like, the dude was, how do I put it nicely? He was very rotund. He was a very rotund gentleman that came in and he acted like he was freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sylvester Stallone. You know what I mean? He looked like, you know, one of those people in the basement. But that was kind of the vibe I got from him. He's like, man, I'm tough. I'm a tough guy, man. And I'm here.
The question that I had was when was the last time that man saw his penis? But that's probably because I'm a fucking degenerate, but never mind.
That's a roast, dude.
I know.
No, but you know what it felt like? I'm Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah.
Didn't he feel like that? He felt like he was like an action hero coming in. And I'm
came in
and
was like, yeah!
And I'm
Let's fight the evil communists. But Let's
I'm
eat a barbecue first, because I'm a bit hungry.
I was so embarrassed. I was so
That was just wild.
embarrassed. I was embarrassed. And I was there, and I'm like, dude, you're embarrassing yourself. Please don't do this. You're not as cool as you think you are, man.
That's so true.
It's like you feel like you're like a star of an anime or a star of an action film, and you think like you're like Schwarzenegger, and you're like, I'll be back. But instead, you're like, actually, I'm whack. I'm a whack. It's
The
like
beer the doctor said, yeah, that was a really odd insult type sponsor. Yeah, it was just bad.
it was
Let me read this. Basil said the best people are saying Raquel Wilson. I love the Raquel Wilson. I love that it's catching on. Love it. Absolutely love it. Has 5 kids and 3 baby daddies. Is this true? Yes. And actually, what I've also heard, the rumor is that Andrew was still married when he got Raquel pregnant. Very Christian of him. I'm kidding, but yeah, weird. Let's dive into this. The bearded doctor said Jesus absolutely taught marriage. He didn't get married himself because he was God in human flesh, but he didn't forbid marriage. Matthew 19, 4-6.
I'm making an argument for precedent. So he did not support or sponsor marriage. It was, and I'm going to include Pauline Works too. It's an expiation. He did not create a space of having like a nation state where lots of people are getting married. Let's be honest with the text here. Let's be honest with the culture. It's not that. All the heroes are celibate. You show me a protagonist of these apostles who were married. The only person who was married left his marriage. So no, I can't just say, yes, this is a text that promotes marriage when every single protagonist and hero was a celibate, and the one that was married left his wife. I'm sorry, that's a good job, bro.
Haven't you read? He replied that at the beginning the Creator made them male and female and said, for this reason a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. Certificate of divorce and send her away. That talks about divorce. The problem is that I don't remember the exact verse, but there's also another verse that talks about that you should, that if they don't believe you, you can just abandon them and follow me, right?
It's hard for me to take this like literally, where I'm interested in the precedent of the protagonist. If his message was to get married and have like a family life and do these types of things, then why did he not do it? Why did not his followers do it? Why did none of the closest protagonists, none of them did this? Why? And there's no answer. There's not an answer you can bring that's going to satisfy me, because they didn't believe in it. Their actions speak louder than words. Their actions showcase to us that being a celibate is better than being married. Was there an allowance to get married? That's called an expiation. He's saying, yeah, you can get married, but you're not the higher level of being like us who are not married. You dig what I'm saying? You get my point? Like, it's clear. The top tier levels of Christianity are not married. They're celibate.
Just because they weren't married doesn't mean that they are taught celibacy. In the same way, not all are called to become preachers, but the preacher leads the church.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but these people were Jews. They didn't even believe it. They wouldn't believe in preachers now. These were all mystical Jews. And we have to know the context. Like, I'm not trying to be rude about this, but I think we have to be honest. A lot of what we see in Christianity now is also European culture. It's European culture fused with the stories of these ancient mystical Jews. That is what Christianity is now. Like, that's the facts, you know? These people were mystical Jews. They didn't sing hymns. They didn't sit in churches with cathedrals and have stained glass. They didn't do that. These were Jews. They didn't have baptism. John the Baptist is not a baptizer. He's a mikvaher because he's a Jew. He didn't do baptism because that wasn't the culture. That's what European Christians did later. They called it baptism. He did mikvah. because he was a Jew. They never left Judaism. They're all Jewish people. And I'm sorry, like if someone wants to rebut that, there's no way you can do it because they were Jewish people. Yes, they believe Jesus was Lord. They're Jews who believe Jesus was Lord. They're not European Christians.
Right, what do you call them? The Messianic Jews that actually hold to Jesus being the Messiah, right?
He's a Messiah, and he's a Jew. Like, that's the point.
Right.
Like, how do you start saying, well, I believe in baptisms and preachers and all of this stuff and all this Greek stuff? I'm like, these were Jewish people. Like, how do you magically, I hate erasing people's culture. These people were Jews. Don't steal their culture. That is what they are.
I only
All
use the
this
term
new-
as a modern term. I agree they weren't, but we clearly see Paul talk about married couples who served the Lord, like Priscilla and Aquila.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm not
Wait,
saying, yeah.
what the hell does this mean? Jesus wasn't guilty of making a rock out of a woman, was he? What is he talking about?
No idea.
Jesus didn't say, I will make you fishers of women, did he?
Fishers of men.
What? It's okay. Now it happens. Don't worry about it.
And beyond.
Oh my
So
God,
check out their link in the
You need to
description.
hear Jvnior talk more. Jvnior said something so magnificent later on in the debate. My mind broke when he said it. But yeah, let's continue.
Jesus made Peter a rock, but that's a metaphor. Upon this rock I will build my church. That is like that he was going to be carrying on the tradition because Jesus knew that he would die.
Yeah.
Well, what are these one-liners?
I think some people.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready.
Ready on your first word to start the timer.
All right. Appreciate that. How's everybody doing? Let's wake up the crowd. Come on. See? That is how you wake up a crowd. Thank you. All right. So let's get into this right here. A lot of stuff to go through. Not a lot of data, as we can all see. Again, this is about the data. We're not arguing. Is Islam good and is Christianity good? We're arguing which is better. And I already said in my opening statement, I'm not going to say everything about Islam is bad. Let's talk about the last thing you said. I never said you beat your wife. I think you're a really good person. You obviously treat her well. You're obviously better than a lot of Muslims because, again, the data shows that, again, when we go through the meta-ethnography in the review I cited, we see higher levels of abuse. That does not mean all Muslims do it. I'm not saying that at all. You want a hadith on this? Okay, we'll go to Sunan Abu Dawud 2146. Okay. So do not beat Allah's handmaids, but when Umar came to the messenger of Allah and said, women have become emboldened towards their husbands, he, the prophet, gave permission to beat them. Then many women came round to families of the messenger of Allah complaining against their husbands. So the messenger of Allah said, many women have gone round Muhammad's family complaining against their husbands. They are not the best among you. Okay, so he says not the best among you. Fair enough. But he still gave them permission. Why is he giving them permission if they're going to do it and it's going to cause them to be bad people? That's a problem right there. So...
And also, Jvnior, I mean, you said that if he could get you a hadith that basically supported beating your wife, you would do it. So I'm guessing that you went back home and just punched her in the nose. Because, I mean, you just got what you asked for. He does sound like Witted, but I bumped it up in speed because... it's 15-minute openings and now 10-minute rebuttals. So I want to get at least through the first round of the rebuttals, and then we'll leave it there for today.
Odd thing to say there. Okay, let's go through some of these points here. You talked about Israel. Israel's not a Christian nation. How many Andrew Wilson fans are here? Oh, okay. How many of you are Andrew Wilson fans support Israel? Oh, lo and behold, look, there's disagreement among Christians on this issue. I'm shocked. Seriously, I'm shocked. Yeah, this is an American phenomenon. A lot of Christians around the world don't actually hold to that. He says he wanted to hear my opinions, not research. Do I need to even go further? This isn't a debate about opinions. This is a debate about what the facts are. And facts don't...
Witty was banned from Nashville, apparently. Yeah, well, not from Nashville, from DebateCon itself. I would like to know. In my last debate, I didn't get a chance to be alone with James. As soon as I connected as soon as I got the email. I connected because I wanted to ask him, but I couldn't because the people were also on there very fast.
Care about your feelings. Okay. We all know that. So no, he says I uttered a slur against his prophet. No, I didn't. I stated what is in the DSM-5. If you're having intercourse with a 9-year-old girl, they are called non-exclusive pedophiles, because a non-exclusive pedophile is someone who's attracted to prepubescent and women. Okay. That is just a clinical term. Okay. If you want to call that an insult, I'm sorry, facts are insults. I don't have to tell you. He says Muslims do follow Jesus.
Can you stop for 1 second too?
Yeah.
This is something that I've noticed that some of these Muslim debaters do, which I think is very problematic. You're coming to a knife fight. You're coming to a verbal combat, a gunfight, right? And you're saying, no, don't hurt me. Don't hit me. I'm like, you're coming to battle, dude.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen? And you're attacking these people's tradition. It's like, I don't know, it seems really cowardly where you're like, you start attacking their Bible, you start attacking their religion, you insult and mock their religion, and then you're like, when they insult and mock your religion, no, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. I'm like, dude, you brought your blade to battle, dude. If you're gonna show up, come up. Don't come and act like you're so weak and frail when you decided to come to battle. Don't come to battle if you're not ready to fight. So I can't really give these people props. It's like the eternal victimization complex it's disgusting, dude. It's gross and it's weak sauce, man.
It is, yeah.
Like you see when I debate for Islam, have I ever done that? Have I once gone in and when they said nasty things about Islam, go, oh, you hurt my feelings. Oh, man, I'm so sad.
Yeah, because it's not.
Palestine, bombs are being dropped on my head, Palestine.
They don't have a middle ground in general. From what I've seen, it's like either whining and crying or going like, oh, you said I'll kill you, I'm getting my pitchfork.
And that's hilarious. It's either I'm the toughest guy or I'm the weakest guy.
Yeah.
This is like shell shock here. Which are you? Are you the great warrior or are you just the big crybaby? Which one are you? And it's like he said one thing that really blew my mind. I don't know if this is in the rebuttal, but he's like, I want you to know, you saying that Islam is weak. How dare you say that? Like, he's in a debate to say that Christianity is better than Islam.
my guy.
Like, that's what he's doing. But he's like, oh my God. Islam's good, mommy. Go stop the bad guy. Mommy, stop the bad guy.
I didn't want to interrupt Isa, but I don't think I did notice. I did hear them booty calls, and now we have an emoji for them. I'm so happy.
You guys denote him. That's our problem. It's like taking the CEO of a company and making him the janitor. We say he's God. That's it. When you say that he's just a prophet, that's an insult to us. Okay, so you can say it any day you want. It still is insulting to us. It's like if I started calling you by your first job title, whatever it was. Like if you were a clerk or you stock shelves, you'd be like, no, I've done many other things. Yeah, and you'd be right about that. He agrees Muslims need more education. Yeah. Thank you. I guess I win the debate. Yes, we see that Christian societies have already done this better. We've educated our people better. Therefore, we're creating more optimal societies. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks for that concede. Appreciate it. He says we're declaring war on Islam. Spiritually, yes, we are. We're not declaring right now any sort of physical war on Islam. This is a spiritual war. Okay, we disagree with Islam. We think it's bad for humanity. We think they teach false doctrines. We as Christians are called to stand against that. That is a command from our Lord Jesus Christ. So at the end of the day, yes, we spiritually will stand against anything that stands against the gospel. Okay, that doesn't mean we're not going to be peaceful. That doesn't mean we're not going to resort to violence as the first to go. As again, I studied a bunch of research showing that Christians reduce violence around the world. We reduce discrimination. Again, Jonathan Fox found that in Muslim countries, there is 5 times the level of discrimination than what you find in Christian ones. So he says Muslims are persecuted and discriminated around the world. I want to tell you, Muslims are doing a heck ton of persecution, apparently. Again, look at what Grimm and Finke found in their book, The Price of Freedom Denied. Okay, they know this is coming from Islam. It's not something that is divorced from Islam. Islam is causing this kind of discrimination. It leads to more discrimination, and it's horrible. So this is one of the reasons we're going to fight against Islam. He wants to talk about gender.
What? Now he's talking about discrimination. Okay, what is happening? What are they doing? Because as far as I know, you pay the jizya, and that's pretty much it, right? So I honestly don't know. And he's brought up this religious discrimination thing like 3 times already, twice in the
And what
opening.
happens when you're doing discrimination? And it's like, this is my issue. Don't talk about discrimination if you're willing to do it.
Right? Yeah, I don't get it.
Genocide. What about all the Christians being genocided in Nigeria and throughout Africa? Okay, being beheaded in the Congo. This is horrible stuff. Okay, we as Christians condemn all genocides. If there's one going on in Gaza, I condemn it. Okay, but that's not the topic of the debate tonight. The topic is what is going to make society better, humanity better, Christianity or Islam. The data clearly shows it's Christianity. Again, you guys want less war and conflict? Christianity is going to give you a better society. You want less discrimination? You want better treatment of minority groups in the country? Christianity is going to give that. There's no wonder Muslims flee their countries they created and come to ours. They're being treated better here than the way our people are being treated over there. Okay, that needs to be noted. And what Israel is doing has nothing to do with this, because you got to actually show a study showing that somehow that is correlated to Christian beliefs. Okay, there's a simple way to do this. When I debated Aaron Ra on if Christianity is dangerous, I said, look, you want to show Christianity is dangerous? Here's how you do it. You show something in the Bible, then you show you have the right interpretation, and most Christians agree with that interpretation, and then show it leads to harm. Okay? He couldn't do that. I can easily do that with Islam.
Why would anyone else just abide by your debate requirements with it? That is a very flat earther move. You don't get to dictate that.
Okay, the Quran in Surah 4 says polygamy is permissible. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Most Muslims agree with that. And then we see polygamy leads to horrible, horrible consequences. Okay, I could just win the debate with polygamy alone. Because what happens with polygamy? Okay, so let's just do the math here, okay? Okay, humans have produced roughly an equal number of men and women, okay? When you have top men take multiple wives, that means the bottom percentage of men don't have wives.
I
don't agree with this. I don't know what a top man is. What does that mean?
Yeah, the wealthy, whatever. But, like, hold on. Because if you ask me, if we're going to allow polygamy, we're going to allow polygamy both ways. Not just for the men. That is just
you have polyandry. You have polyandry where women can marry multiple husbands. I agree with that. I think it's fair.
Yeah, and they can all live together and have like a family of 4 parents. Well, actually more, like 8.
I'm with you. I think we should allow all of it. I think it's.
I never understood why. Well, I mean, I do kind of. It's for. It's basically a patriarchal thing, right? But because I am a feminist, I would say, like, okay, it actually makes more sense that women have more partners. Because you have a woman, especially with all of these people saying that, oh, the birth rate. It's like, okay, well, if you have a woman occupied by an infertile male, right? Then you are wasting a female. So each woman should have at least 4 or 5 males just so they can get for sure pregnant.
What do they do then? They join gangs, terrorist organizations. They commit violence. Muslims say often that they are sometimes the biggest victims of terrorism. Duh. You're the ones creating societies that foster that. When you leave 30% of the young men, 20, depending on what nation you're in, percentage can vary. You leave them alone without the prospect of having a wife or starting a family. What do you think they're going to do? Thank God.
Play video games, I guess. I mean, there are more stuff to do then. Like, this argument is just a little bit reductionist. Because he's just reducing everything to, oh, all of these things produce terrorists, and I don't know if that's true. Extremism produces terrorists, vulnerability in society, lack of education. But Mike, I'm pretty sure that you know that there's been Christian terrorists, right? Right?
Christianity outlawed polygamy early on because we see that taught in the New Testament. And I'd argue it's also in Leviticus 18:18, but that's another topic. So yeah, a lot of data to go through. I could just sit here and start listing hadiths at this point because I think I've covered just about everything there. So let's go through a couple of these. Sahih al-Bukhari 26:58. The Prophet said, "Isn't a witness of a woman equal to half that of a man?" The woman said, "Yes." He said, "This is because of the deficiency of a woman's mind." So ladies, in Islam, you are equal to half that of a man, and it's because of the deficiency of your mind. Okay? Surah 4:34 gives Muslims permission to strike women, to strike their wives. First, you scold them, you remove them from the bed, and if that doesn't work, then you can hit them. Okay? Now, what do we see in the results? What does the research show, guys? It shows Islam in Muslim families, there is higher levels of domestic violence and abuse, higher levels of intimate partner violence. Where do you think that's coming from? Okay, it flows for itself. Sahih al-Bukhari 58:25. Aisha talked about a woman who was being beaten and said her skin is greener than her clothes. That's how bad this woman was getting beat. Aisha said, "I have not seen women suffering as much as the believing women." Sahih al-Bukhari 58:25. So women were being beat. And then if you go through the rest of the hadith, the Prophet never says, "Stop beating her." No, that's not even the point of the hadith. I mean, there's so much I could go through. We could cover how Muhammad gave permission to his soldiers to take women as captives and turn them into sex slaves. You can see that throughout the...
Yeah, the Bible does the same thing. When what was it? Was it the Canaanites that God commands go and kill like all the men, but keep the virgins? I mean, just because Christianity allowed itself to be heavily influenced by secular culture, then like it doesn't mean that those things are not in Scripture. Yeah, do you practice it anymore? No, but if you're going to compare Scripture to Scripture, then I don't think you have an advantage there.
Hadith. May not like it, but yeah, that's in there. You can go to places like Jami al-Tirmidhi 3016. You go to Sunan Abu Dawud 2155, I believe that as well. All of these are showing that kind of stuff. Now, again, I'm not saying everything about Islam is bad. Okay? Islam says to pray. Okay? It says to take care of your neighbor.
Who are you? Is he going through puberty during the course of this video? Who?
That kind of stuff. These are good things. I'm not saying my opponent is doing all these things. He seems like a pretty decent fellow. Okay? That doesn't change the fact that the ideology he's promoting would create a worse world. If you are promoting and spreading Islam, you are successful, you will inevitably make the world a worse place. That's not my opinion. That is the results of the research. That is the data. That is what we see coming out. Again, more discrimination, more war and conflict, more authoritarianism, okay? More spousal abuse, okay? Less political stability, less education, lower life expectancies for women. This is why the data is so important. Because if I was just going to sit up here and give you my opinions, we'd get nowhere. Because it would just be his opinion versus mine. What's the tiebreaker? What are the facts? These are the facts. This is why I always go to the studies. Because I want to give you facts. So you know what reality is. The rest of your points were irrelevant for the topic of the debate, so I'm not going to address them, but I appreciate it.
Over to the rebuttal from Jvnior as well. I've got the timer set for you for 10 minutes. Jvnior, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, James. I hope that's not an Israeli tattoo on your forearm. I really hope I'm not debating a Mossad agent today, but...
No, for fuck's sake. I have a question for Bearded Doctor. 1 second here.
I'm so excited for what Jvnior has to say.
Oh yeah, but we are going to listen to this rebuttal, and we're going to leave it there because I've been yawning like a freaking. I was in such a foul mood all day because remember that I told you yesterday that I got woken up by like a concrete saw because they're fixing some pipes below the sidewalk and so on. Today they did the exact same thing at 8 a.m. and like in front of my window that leads to like the street. I was so fucking pissed. So I'm still like very sleepy. Unfortunately, my like literal foul mood went away when I started the stream, but I am super sleepy. So Dr. Bearded Doctor, I was arguing with some derpling the other day about the whole Christians and tattoo things. The verse does say, do not cut your bodies for the dead or put tattoo marks on yourself. So I think that this is one thing Ah, fuck, why don't you let me do the highlighting? Jeez. The 28. Hold on. 28. Wait, what? Hold on 1 second. There. Or put tattoo marks on yourselves. I think this is like a general claim. Like this is just a prohibition of tattoos in general, right? That's how I understand it. How do you understand it, Isa? Never mind.
Yes, I
Oh,
would say I
okay.
agree, and I think it's for Israelite people. It's not for everyone. This is a command to the Israelites, and we have to remember this is a text that's talking to Israelite people.
No, I know, but I mean, I do still hold my argument that in the Bible, God and Jesus say over and over that you're supposed to keep the law forever.
I guess if you're an Israelite, though, I don't think this would allow. I don't know. It's hard. Like, do Gentiles have?
Right.
Yeah.
That's my contention. I don't think that the Gentiles have any dispensation of the law. God says over and over and over and over that you're meant to keep the law forever. And Jesus said that not a word will be struck from the law until the last days of heaven and earth.
It's hard because Jesus didn't really engage with many Gentiles within the text. There's only a couple of
I
people.
know, yeah.
It's like
I
one
know.
woman and a person who was a Samaritan, which is kind of like Jew-lite. Like they are technically Jews, so it's like I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard situation.
No, I know, but the problem is that the dispensation from the law comes from Paul. But even when the Christians say that Jesus came to fulfill the law, and I gave the example to the guy that came crash out on the after shows. I gave the example that when you fulfill the law of wearing your seatbelt, that doesn't mean that you can now take it off. Like fulfilling the law of wearing your seatbelt means wearing your seatbelt. So I don't know why fulfilling the law means that you do away with the law. That doesn't seem grammatically correct.
I hear your argument. I think it's a fair argument. It's hard. What is the relationship to the law of the Gentile? Are Gentiles a part of this particular kind of covenant? I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting question because
Right,
it's a very Pauline. All of this stuff is from Paul.
It's from Paul, right? But then when we talk about the new covenant, like okay, but the New Testament for the most part doesn't really have many like moral laws. And then when pressed, they will refer back to, oh no, the 10 Commandments. So they open the door again to the like, okay, you're cherry picking 10 out of 613. How does that make sense?
It's Father Max. What do we do?
I don't know. I mean, I guess just stop believing myth. That's what I would say. That was a reference to regular pagan practices. Okay. The marks for the dead and tattoos were intended to speak to them in time and place where those actions were prevalent in idol worship. I mean, but Islam has a blanket prohibition of tattoos also. Jesus taught law was some value, but he called us to a deeper level of understanding. The law was an outside action. Jesus spoke of the heart. That means absolutely nothing to me. Let me read that again. Jesus taught law was of some value, but he called us to a deeper level of understanding. The law was an outside action. Jesus spoke of the heart. No, I still don't get it. My problem is that, like, as far as I can tell, Matthew 5:18. Hold on. Matt 5:18. For truly I'll tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. I mean, this seems pretty clear to me, what Jesus is saying right here, that you're supposed to keep the law forever. Do not think I come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. So the one that we just read, therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commandments, the 613, and teaches other accordingly will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever practices and teaches these commandments will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you that unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees and the teachers of the law, you will certainly not enter the kingdom of heaven. And then, as far as I can tell, the only rebuttal is that Paul said that you're not supposed to keep the law. Now, Dr. J reminded me that, for example, the dispensation of being able to eat shellfish came to someone on a vision. What I'm wondering is, why does Paul get to override Jesus himself? That makes no sense to me. You're wrong, Max. It says in the Bible that Jesus didn't come to abolish the law, but he came to abolish the law. He just misspoke and said fulfilled. I thought you were going to actually criticize me. As you know, any verse in the Bible can be interpreted as required. Well, yeah, I mean, if you massage it. He said, you have heard it. You have heard it say, don't murder. I say, don't even think angry thoughts about your brother. So it wasn't just the act of murder, but heart. Yeah, the idea of a thought crime. Hold on. Yeah, but where is this? Where is that? Let me find it. Copy paste. 1 second. I mean, that's also, I could attribute that also to Jesus being just a little bit of not God, but hold on. Matthew. Okay. Right. He didn't have to abolish the law, meaning he didn't throw them out, but he fulfilled them, meaning the laws were in place. That's not what the word fulfill means. No. I understand the hard part now. For example, but my problem is why does thinking of murder, why is that bad if you don't because I mean, intrusive thoughts are a thing that we know about now. That is to me just another indication of Jesus being not God. But hold on, I couldn't find your email because I've had my email inbox is just like a freaking mess. But we can set up a time to talk next week. We can probably maybe bring Dr. J. If you can send me a quick hello here, I'll make sure to save your email. But let's go back to this because I'm falling asleep.
You said that our prophet said we're going to hit women. I've never hit my wife. And I think you're a liar because there are several hadiths that explicitly forbid hitting women. Sahih Muslim, the messenger of Allah said, do not strike the female servants of Allah. I am a servant of Allah.
Not right now. I want to get through this rebuttal and we'll be done for today.
Everyone is a servant of Allah.
But we can surely talk about it. That's why I gave you my email so we can set up something for next week.
I say Jesus is a servant of Allah. Jesus did the will of his Father, right? It's not a disrespectful thing. Every single creation.
Wait. I'm sorry, but The Quran says that Allah has no sons, right, Isa? Why is he speaking like this? And also, he just contradicted himself when he said that if he could bring up a hadith, that he would do it. And now we have the hadith, and now he just contradicting himself. Right?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
There's a verse in the Quran that says, it is not befitting for God to have a son. Everything in this world, in the heavens and the earth, is a servant of Allah. And Allah knows them by their numbers. He knows every single one of them. Allah, when He creates, and He knows His creation. You said that the Prophet tells us to hit our wives. I didn't expect that from you, Michael. That's a blatant lie.
He read you the hadith. Oh my God. You can just say that it's not a hadith that you find authoritative, but like he did read the thing. And I'm for all my criticism of Michael Jones, I don't think that he would just like invent the hadith out of the blue, because it would be very easy to double check it.
Sunan Abu Dawood, he said, never hit your wives. Then he became angry when some men hit their wives. Those are hadiths that you're speaking on, because hadiths are simply conversation. They are not law. They are not recommendations. A hadith does not stand on its own without the Quran.
No, true, but you just said that if you found a hadith, you're contradicting yourself again, buddy. Proby says, oh, bugger, I just looked and still 35 to hit 1,000 be monetized. Why is it taking so long to get those last few? I don't know. We were, I have a couple of screenshots. We were at 996, and then YouTube came in and swiped like 40 subs out of the blue. Check out Pluribus, great concept, plus it looks like to have a lead character from Paraguay. Okay. I don't have Amazon, but I'll check it out.
It does not say to hit women. I dare you to bring me a verse in the Quran that says to strike women. You can't. Next hadith. Yeah, I know he got excited on that. He's like, yeah, I'm going to find it. You can't. I have a Quran right here. You want to take it? Hadith 3, Musnad Ahmad. Could any of you beat your wife as he beats a slave and then lie with her in the evening? This is the Prophet condemning hitting totally.
But what about the slaves, right? Because this is 700 years after Jesus. What if we don't do slavery? Those were the Roger That Suck accounts. Which ones? Wait, what?
You don't even want to know what happened to the guy who beat his wife until she got green. Hadith 4, Sahih Bukhari. Aisha.
Isa, when you want to talk on mute, because you have your mic, I think it's because you're not using the headset. It has a little bit of a hiss. It was driving me crazy.
His youngest wife. The most controversial marriage out of his 11 marriages.
I'll put my headset on.
Said,
yeah,
the Prophet never struck anything with his hand, neither a woman nor a servant. So are you calling Aisha a liar? Because clearly Islam is built on the actions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, not his words, not the advice that he gave to people. We follow the sunnah, which is his actions. He never hit a woman. Why should I? Because
No. Because we have Sahih Muslim Hadith 4.2127. I said, yes, he struck me on the chest, which caused me pain. Muhammad hit Aisha and caused her pain. This is just like, this is the problem with taking stances like this. Like if you say, oh, because like there's a bunch of like very obscure stories in the hadith because it's volumes and volumes and volumes of stuff, right? So unless you have read them all and know them, like you can always get surprised. So that's why I wouldn't get like such I wouldn't do such a hard stance on betting on the hadith. For example, I like the one that it's narrated by Aisha, that she tells, and I'm paraphrasing, she tells Muhammad that every time he has a desire, he gets conveniently a revelation of Allah saying that, oh yeah, he can do that.
So Jones tells me to? No. Because I'm poor or because I'm an alcoholic, I don't drink alcohol.
Again, everyone, all at the same time. No one cares. I don't drink alcohol either. So, how does your anecdote add anything to the debate? For fuck's sake.
Quran never, and I know you're going to jump to chapter 4, verse 34. You cannot use that verse to say Quran says harm women. Okay? The Arabic word daraba has 40 linguistic meanings.
No. How can a word have 40 different meanings when you're also say that it's a divine language, that it's a language that gods speak, that Adam spoke? One contradiction after another. Holy cow. Oh boy.
If he tries to stick to one of them and make his point, he's conceded the entire debate. To anybody who's serious,
no freaking way. No. You're so far behind that you're calling victory like that. That doesn't work.
and understands the Quran, they're never going to believe what Michael Jones has to say.
I love Jesus and I'm having a gin and tonic. It's out, not overindulging. Yeah, the prohibition of alcohol actually was a gradual thing. It was ironically a bid'ah, an innovation, because people were going drunk to pray at the mosque. So it started as a prohibition of not being able to drink when you're not going drunk to the mosque. And then little by little, it expanded into a general prohibition about alcohol. But I mean, that is literally an innovation. There are records about this.
Meaning, the specific linguistic meaning of the word daraba. Let me teach you. I'm Muslim. I read Arabic. I read the Quran. It means to separate from her. When your woman gives you a hard time, leave the room. If she keeps giving you a hard time and she doesn't take, you leaving the room as a sign that maybe she did something wrong, and she keeps going, then leave the house. That's what he didn't say about the hadith that he mentioned. It says to leave the house, not to hit her, not to insult her, not to escalate the matters. And if she...
I mean, that's not what the other guy read, but okay. Also, that's a shitty way to solve an argument, just going away. That will only make things worse.
Still doesn't get better. She's still oppressing you as a husband. Then you have the right.
You punch her in the face.
Still doesn't get better. She's still oppressing you as a husband. Then you have the right to divorce her. So even in Islam, you're not allowed to divorce your wife if she's annoying. You can't do that. You can't just divorce your wife unjustly. There are so many hadith.
You just said that you could. This guy has like literally he contradicted himself within the same argument. Because so far he had been contradicting himself after a few minutes go by. But like he literally like contradicted himself fuck, yeah. Sorry, I was reading something. He literally contradicted himself in one sentence. Like, Junior, I think you need to come over to Yerba Mate Talks and learn how the fuck to debate. How did this guy get invited to DebateCon and I don't? This is hashtag unfair.
Hadiths, so many hadiths from the Prophet that condemns divorcing a woman unjustly. He even went as far as marrying divorced women who were divorced unjustly. He went as far.
I know about this. I know about this verse. The regular apologetic for that is that, oh, it's not about. It's another of the linguistic dodges. They say that you can tap them with a little rod, with a little stick. That it's not like, oh, you can pound them into submission. That's a regular apologetic.
As marrying widows who were suffering so greatly that all they needed was a home, a loving home, and a strong man. And that is what he provided for them.
Strong.
Unfortunately, we live in a society today where people consume porn. People consume a lot of degenerate content.
Yes, we do. But just like with everything, you can consume porn and not be a degenerate. You can consume porn with your partner. There is Basil says Max at DebateCon 7 at Liberty University.
People consume so much negativity that if you live around that and try to understand Islam, it's never gonna happen. You need to go.
Wait, people don't understand Islam because they watch porn? Like, what the fuck are this nonsense? What is happening?
Go into the woods for 3 months, isolate yourself, cleanse yourself, ground yourself on the ground, walk barefoot. When's the last?
Yeah, you don't understand Islam because you don't walk barefoot. Oh boy.
Time you did that, Michael Jordan.
Wait, did Isa fall asleep? Oh, there you are. Give me something, because Isa, I'm dying. I'm dying here.
Oh boy.
We're almost there. We're almost done.
I mean, it's. I hope if we don't go to this again, I want us to skip to one part because it's so necessary to see it when he talks
no,
about.
we'll finish it. We'll finish it next time.
Well, the LGBTQ is like necessary. What he says about LGBTQ.
The second rebuttal and the open discussion is worth watching. So we'll finish this next probably next week, some point, Monday or Tuesday. Yeah.
So what do I think about this?
Yeah, this is just like beyond stupid.
When he was like, I'm going to quote the hadith that align with what I say. It's hard. Like, he quotes the Quran and he's like, the Quran doesn't say to strike. And I'm like, it kind of does.
It does, yeah.
Darba is to strike. Darba in Arabic is to strike. And I think this is why.
The regular apologetic is that it's a little tap with like a tiny rod, right? Like a discipline tap.
So I really appreciate the Jewish community in a lot of ways. Because I went to a Bible study, like a Jewish Bible study. It's a little different than a Christian one. But in a Jewish Bible study, they were talking about that verse, and I told this before on the channel, where it said, the woman who does not scream out when she's being assaulted, she shall be stoned at the gates, right?
Yeah.
And what they said in my Bible study was, yeah, we were wrong. Our ancestors were wrong.
That's cool.
It's okay to say that you're wrong. It's okay to say in the past things weren't right.
Yes.
Like that's a mature person. Say, yeah, we as a culture, our community screwed up. So that's what I
It
would say.
does, like, if you're talking with someone like me, though, in the context of a debate, like, if we're having just an informal chat and you do that, I will be like, yeah, good for you. I understand that there are problematic things in every religion, and I understand that you actually cherry pick those out. That is good for me. But in the context of a debate, I'll just eat you alive over that. It's like, oh, so the inspired word has errors. Got it.
Well, if you take that position, you notice, like, when I debated for Islam, I never took these positions. I've
Which
never taken
position?
any of these positions because these are not tenable positions to take.
No,
I
I
take
know.
I take the most honest positions you can take with Islam, and I'm like,
I understand that.
the issue
But
is that these
in
people.
the context of a debate, let's say you and I are debating, and you say like, yeah, that's they got that wrong. So that really opens the door to the fact that then Islam is not a revealed book, more rather than just the ramblings of Muhammad.
Well, you could say it's divine inspiration. There's other methods, but when people take absolute claims, then they have to have absolute proof, and that's the problem. And this is the issue in these conversations. They're like, I have the best thing. My thing is the best thing. Well, then you've got to put your money where your mouth is. And
Right.
I don't think our good friend Jvnior has been successful in that.
Basil for $5. Thank you so much. Pitch this to James. Me versus Isa. Is Andrew Wilson the best Christian nationalist ever? Oh my god.
Basil, I don't think you're going to come off camera, buddy, but nice.
Sometimes he says funny stuff, and I don't mind him mocking at me. I really don't.
I dare you after this debate. Leave this room, go outside, and walk on the grass barefoot.
Motherfucker. His argument was touch grass, Islam is good. Like, oh my.
You need to isolate yourself from Western society and Western propaganda to understand the true meaning of Islam.
No. You can just read the freaking book, dude.
Islam is better for humanity because you cannot prove that it's not good for humanity.
What is happening? Like, this guy is like having I don't know, a conversation with himself at this point. He's like debating. He's in another debate, not in this one.
Do you remember when Andrew Wilson, our best friend, said that Daniel Hakikachu is not a god tier debater?
Correct. Yeah.
Do you think this guy's a god tier debater?
This guy is. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could like do heroin, be foaming at the mouth, and debate this fool. This is just embarrassing, dude. I honestly think that I could make a better argument for Islam in this very same topic against Michael Jones. There are avenues that you could take without doing like Basil says, I think that's Moda's penis. Yes.
Dang.
This is just like embarrassing. Muslim debaters need to do better. I think we should actually market, like, if we were grifters, we would do an ultimate Islamic debater guide, like a course, and sell it to them. But I'm willing to do it for free. Like, Jvnior,
Don't mention Palestine. That's your first one.
Yeah.
Don't bring up Palestine at all. Stay on topic.
No one cares about your grandma. Don't call your wife in the middle of a debate. I mean, we should do a guide to the modern Muslim debater, how to not fuck up every single debate ever.
Rainbow flags in a church? You'll never see that in a mosque. Don't tell me to go to the church.
We got it.
Muslim.
We got it.
Oh my
Houston,
god.
we've got it. And that's actually
we are so oppressed.
Can we stop and actually show pictures of gay moss? We should do that. There's
Yeah,
tons of gay moss that exist.
You can share your screen.
All right, give me a
anytime,
second.
yeah,
I'm gonna pull them
of
off.
I mean, I love gay people, but I hate rainbows. I think rainbows are offensive to the blind. You can. I'll
All right,
remove
here. I'm
that.
sharing. Yeah, we need to show LGBT moss shit.
Roby says, well, that's another negative to them then. Yep. The fact that you can't acknowledge that God literally creates people that are gay at a consistent rate for like of around 10% for hundreds of years.
Let's see if we can get the images. Okay, that's a talk.
Go do like image search.
This is Masjid al-Rabi'a. Spiritual support for marginalized Muslims. Yeah, let's go to images. It's a gay mom.
Oh my God, that's a gay.
Oh,
Look at that rainbow.
LGBT.
Oh my God, no. Bismillah.
LGBT halal. Oh no. Oh my God. Uh-oh.
No, Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan Kareem. That's what you reply back to me when I tell you Ramadan Mubarak, right?
Yeah, Ramadan Kareem, but it's this hilarious look. Look at all of this.
Allah loves equality. Oh, you damn heretics, you will all burn in hell.
Dude, if I was Mike, I would have just said, hey, can I just show the screen and just show all these images?
Yeah. For sure.
I think that this would have finished him. He would have been finished if he did this.
Yeah, pretty much.
Look at all the LGBT Muslims.
Damn, how good would it be like a full hijab, but it's also like it's a rainbow. That would be epic.
Queer Britain Hidayah. It's all queer. Look at the queer Muslims. How many queer Muslims are there?
Oh no, the degeneracy.
And as a female,
Alhamdulillah.
Affirming mosques help gay Muslims. What a horrible idea. They must be stopped.
They must be, yes.
But I just wanted to show that because I think that's just so. I think there's a Turkish one too.
You know that I honestly didn't know. I figured that at some point, somewhere in the West, there were gay Muslims, and I have heard about this idea that there is something that is very hidden, something like an open secret, that even Muslim men that are married with children, that they will play around with their bodies because they believe that since they have women and children, it's not gay to have some fun with a man, and that is sort of like a thinly veiled secret in the Muslim world. Yeah, but I didn't know there were these kind of things in the West.
Oh, and there's another one too. I forgot. I didn't show you Imam Da'i. Imam Da'i is a very prominent gay imam, but there's no gay imams.
There's no gay imams. Yes.
Let me show you this one. Sorry, I have to show this too because I think this is excellent. This is excellent. Look.
That would have been epic if he brought that up.
Here's Imam Da'i. LGBTQIA plus. Oh, actually, that was Imam Da'i. I'm sorry, that was him right there. Yeah, but yeah, I think So makeup. Look at this. LGBTQ affirming.
Mm-hmm.
He says the Quran does not call for punishment for homosexuals.
Basil said that said Isa also thought Andrew Wilson finished Richard Carrier.
I think he won that debate. Yeah, I don't think. I think Richard Carrier is an intellectual, and I don't think Richard Carrier did well against inspiring philosophy either. I just don't think he has that. He's a scholar. He's a PhD scholar, but that does not mean that you're a good debater. You're fighting against verbal combat, you know? Whether you like, the point is, it's like, Basil, I'm like, you have a bias, dude. And that's your problem. You're not seeing the debate for what it is. And I agree, like, it can't be, like, this guy's all style, no substance, right? This character we're dealing with right now, our good friend Junior.
He's not even style. He's trash, like straight trash.
No, but you get what I mean. It's all this performance, it's theatrics, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And,
which he sucks at that too.
But like they're saying Andrew does theatrics, but he may do that, but Andrew is also substance. Andrew makes arguments. He understands how logic works. Andrew is different than this debater here. This debater here, it's just theatrics over theatrics. And I want you to know, my family, they are bombed in Gaza. Do you not care about the bombing in Gaza? And you're like, you have a Mossad tattoo. I'm like, dude, here's a secret, brother. That's the language of the prophet Moses. That language that you see on his arm, the prophet Moses, alayhi salam.
No, Moses spoke Arabic. Moses spoke the Arabic.
I don't even think Arabic existed then.
I know.
I don't even think Arabic
But that's what they think. Like, I actually unironically heard people say, yeah, God speaks Arabic and Adam spoke Arabic. I was like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Thank you.
I do think Junior is there's a lot of theatrics, but it makes sense because what does he do for a living? He does X. He's a social influencer. What do social influencers do? Theatrics.
Really?
Yeah, that's where he's from. He's from X and TikTok and all of that. That's why he cites TikTok, and that's his citations are TikTok and X. I want you to know.
Oh my God, Instagram. Really?
Yeah, I think primarily X, though. I think that's where he has all the
222,000 subs on Instagram.
Yeah.
Artist. I mean, ooh, that's Hala, and yeah, of course, he's like. I mean, boy, this Instagram is just a poor representation of Islam. Like, no wonder.
Well, you know what I think it is?
This just sucks, dude. I wasn't showing it. Fuck. Hold on.
I'm going to answer Basil's question. Basil says, what's the logic for Andrew Wilson? So what Andrew does is
more baby is better.
What Andrew does is he makes a premise. Then he looks, and then he has the different kinds of conditions, right? He proposes a premise. Then he's like, for example, what he did with Daniel Hakikachu, where he said, look, Christians are better than Muslims because Christians don't have incest. No, incest creates low societies, right? That's the premise.
Low IQ.
Yeah, it creates low-level societies, low-intelligent societies. Muslims have incest. Thus, Muslims cannot have a good society, right? That's the logical syllogism. Then the second syllogism can be Christians don't have incest. Thus, Christians have higher IQ. Thus, Christians have better society. See, it's pretty simple. He makes a very simple argument, and then he defends that argument, and it makes it very easy to reach. You take Junior, for example. What are the arguments Junior is making? Junior is making micro arguments on a macro conversation. This conversation is not about what does he as an individual Muslim view the world. The question is how Muslims make a better society. But he himself, he's actually honest. You have to give Jvnior props. He's very honest. He's like, yeah, Muslims are in a bad space right now, so their society's not well now. The problem with that position is you've lost the debate.
Yeah.
You can't just tell us what Muslims would look like if they were in good conditions. At this moment in time, according to your position, Christians are doing better than Muslims. That's it.
I mean, my problem with Andrew is that, like, no, who the fuck cares about IQ? You could have a lower IQ society overall, in which everyone is happier and no one goes without food, for example. And that would be a net benefit for that society if you have a higher IQ society, but where you have people that are starving, people that are disenfranchised, and all of that. Like, it's a trash argument.
Well, the problem is
like,
what
it's just
I think,
pure trash. It's like, oh, IQ. Like, why is IQ the metric? Why is it that whenever we talk about societies, we never talk about like the IQ of a society?
So I think
it's just a bad argument.
I think that the argument he's saying is that he's saying you don't even have a society. Like, you don't even have, your society just doesn't function. You know, it's not just like, and Daniels kind of was dishonest there. He was like, well, we're all happy. I'm like, but you're not though. Like, your societies aren't happy. They're poor. People are hungry. You have military dictatorships. Like, you're not in a good place. Like, what you're saying is still not ideal. Even if he was wrong about low IQ, I'm like, these societies are not healthy. Most of them are.
But he never. No. But Andrew didn't make any of those arguments. The only argument he made against Pikachu is that, oh, you guys have incest, low IQ. That's it. And then the other thing that he did is like, oh yeah, we could kill all of you at any time. Like, oh yeah, genocide. What a great argument.
Yeah, that was theatrical.
Well, but he did say it.
I know. He's saying that you are so-called moral and ethical, but your society is so weak and pathetic that you are dependent on this degenerate culture that could wipe you out. I mean, he was just saying, look, I'm mocking you. It's heavy.
I do. I call him Pikachu all the time, man. I don't care. Right, Isa. The problem that I get, and I ran into the exact same situation against a very like America guy, that he was like, oh yeah, America is the best country in the world because at any point we could just invade your country. It's like, oh, so you're telling me what makes you the best is that you can be absolutely horrible and like shit yourself in the laws of my country and literally because you're tough and you could exterminate my country or bomb it to the Stone Age. You're telling me that's what makes you the best? You're the best because you have the capacity to be the worst? That makes no sense.
Yeah, that's rough. You're right.
I don't. And then this idea, like I said, of course, in that debate, Daniel, the Pikachu like completely floundered. But he could have made the argument that even if you have a lower IQ society that has this one thing, incest, in like, well, not incest, like cousin marriage was the actual problem, right? That has this cousin marriage, but everyone is clothed, fed, and goes to school and is overall happy, then how can you claim that that's a worse society? You just can't. And then inquire as to why is IQ the measurement that he's taking, the measuring stick, right? That's why I don't think his arguments are sophisticated. Since
I don't think they're meant to be sophisticated. I think they're meant to be like a politician. They're meant to be like at a 5th grade level. They're able to be digestible and they're be able to be understood. and I think this is why he does well, is that he makes coherent arguments with very simple premises that he can fulfill, whether you agree with them or not. I think he's successful at that. And
Yeah,
he,
coherent, but at the core, it's just like an appeal to emotion and also like a rage bait. Remember, we haven't actually done that review, but remember when he debated Muslim Lantern, that his whole argument was, oh yeah, you say that Muhammad didn't hurt Aisha when he had sex. That must mean that Muhammad had a small penis. That is almost on the level of shittiness of argument as Jvnior. Because that the only thing that
I
is
hear that.
thought to do
I
is
think
to
Muslim Lantern was worse. Like oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Muslim Lantern is another doofus that can't debate. What we're trying to evaluate is Andrew Wilson's arguments, and that penis argument is just designed to. It's a rage bait for the other, because he knows that they will get like uber triggered.
I mean,
Because Muhammad apparently had the most magnificent of all penises.
I mean, I hear you, but the argument does make sense. So the argument he's saying is,
no one is saying that it doesn't make sense. I never said that. I just said that it's a low blow. It's a shitty strategy, and it's not an intellectual. It's just a rage bait.
Well, it's more than a rage bait, though. It's actually a very deep. I think it's very deep philosophically speaking, because the Salafis take. It's deep philosophically speaking in the sense that you're saying that your prophet is super holy, he's super good, and he'd never hurt this girl. Okay, let's grant that that's true. Fine. If that's true that he didn't hurt her, then his equipment has to be very, very small for her not to be damaged. And I'm like, that's heavy, dude. That's a very heavy argument. You're trying to say she wasn't hurt, everything was perfectly fine. Well, for a tiny girl with an older man, the equipment has to be smaller not to damage her. That's the argument he's making. It's not just saying he's tiny. He's saying, you're making this argument. Okay, let's go with your argument. If that's true, then you have to pay the toll. You have two choices. Your prophet has a tiny equipment, or your prophet's I'm not going to say.
Yeah,
word,
I know, but
that's the argument he's making.
I know. I just find it extremely dumb.
Why is it dumb though? I don't understand why it's dumb. I think it's
because it's a rage bait.
But why is it a rage bait? What makes it a rage bait?
Because he says that because he knows, and it worked, because Muslim Lantern is even dumber than Andrew Wilson. It worked because like the other guy raged and started seeing red and couldn't reply. Because like Jvnior, if you say anything about the prophet that is negative, they just turn off their brains. But I think that when we're having an intellectual conversation about whether Islam or even if you're going to actually debate the marriage of Aisha and Muhammad, like the size of his penis is the lowest tier of argument that you could possibly ever make.
But why is he saying it though?
Because he wants to inflame the opponent.
I don't think so. I think
it's a troll argument. It's lazy and dumb.
I think it's actually a brilliant trap. What he's saying is you have two options. You have the option that your prophet is an evil monster that abuses girls, or your prophet has a tiny equipment. That's because you're stuck between a rock and a what do they call it? A rock and a hard place. It's pretty deleterious, the argument that he's making. Like, I understand what he's doing, and I mean, I don't like the argument, obviously, but I understand what he's doing, and it's because there's no way he can escape that.
But
either way, he has to attack the prophet, which is
the problem. The problem is that all of his arguments are like that.
Well,
All
yeah,
of his arguments are just like the lowest of the low. I don't know. I honestly don't understand how you don't get my position on this. It's just a
I mean,
stupid thing to say. Oh, it's like saying, oh yeah, in reality, Muhammad was gay, and then just them flipping their lids and just like tearing their clothes because someone said that Muhammad was gay. I don't know. Let's finish this because I want to go to it.
okay.
If there's a rainbow flag on that big door, I'm not going in there.
Yeah.
Yes, Islam causes more violence. It causes more problems.
Don't get me lost.
Third time he concedes the debate. Holy shit.
That's pretty bad.
But you know what? What? It also has very severe punishments for those who cause violence and cause problems. Because Islam came as a religion for all of mankind.
Yeah, and those who dissent and those who, I don't know, like to sleep with the same sex, and if you're not the right denomination, and like, oh my god, dude.
Yeah, brilliant. That was a
How
brilliant.
the fuck does this guy get invited to the DebateCon? Like, I'm baffled.
It's brilliant. It's a brilliant argument. My mind is transformed.
Everyone, not the Arab, not the English person who doesn't know how to read. No, came for everyone. God
English
said this
person
is a
can't
book
read.
for all of mankind.
Yeah.
This is a literal verse in the Quran. So I'm not speaking from my own will when I say Islam is better for humanity. I'm speaking on behalf of every single human soul. Christians need education too. You say Muslims need education. Well, Christians need education too. You guys are genociding Palestine. You don't want to take.
Should have started a conflict.
Palestine counter.
Yeah.
Palestine counter. Or you could do a drinking game, right?
Oh my. No, I'm not drinking alcohol.
No, I know.
Ever,
neither of us drink.
again.
Neither of us drink. So obviously we're not going to do it. But the people in the chat might.
Yo, yeah, but ooh. I still have fire inside of me from that my lord I got sent.
Yeah, no, don't do it.
What a poison. Oh my. And then once I got message me and said like, hey, I'll send you more. Like, please don't send me that ever again. I didn't like it at all.
Credit for that? You don't want to take credit for supporting Israel and killing my family? Shame on you. I thought you were better than that with that Mossad tattoo on your forearm. They're not going to send you that $7,000 check after this debate, Michael.
Oh, God.
Why are you talking to a Muslim if you don't want to learn? You don't want to learn? You don't think Christians need education about Islam?
You haven't taught anything, dummy. All you've done is just like flounder the whole debate. This was embarrassing, Junior. Like, completely embarrassing.
Islam? You don't think the division in this country is really bad? You didn't even condemn the genocide in Gaza, man. You said, what about the genocide?
It's not the debate! It's not the debate, for fuck's sake!
Genocide in Nigeria. I condemn the genocide in Nigeria. Any Muslim killing a Christian in Nigeria, I hope to God that when Jesus returns, he will make an example out of you for humanity. Because Muslims who kill are some of the worst people. But you know what? In Christianity, salvation is exclusive to Christians. Islam, salvation is non-exclusive to Muslims. It is available and provided for every single creation. Islam tells you to earn salvation, all you have to do is have a mustard seed weight of faith in your heart. That's a very powerful.
Oh, shout out to our boy Nadir. Shout out to our boy Nadir Ahmed. One of the worst. Who is worse at debating, Nadir or Junior? And just in case you're wondering, this is Will Duffy, who was at DebateCon.
And famous biblical parable, if you guys know it. If you have a mustard seed weight of faith in your heart, you will enter heaven. What are we worried about? What are we worried about? Why are we worried about who's right and wrong? If we both believe in Jesus, if we both believe Jesus is the Messiah, if we both believe Jesus is returning, what is the reason that we need to be divided? You have your reasons. I don't have any. Islam is better for humanity because Muslims do not seek to be divided from the people. When my wife puts on the hijab, She looks like Virgin Mary.
No, she looks like a sad mailbox. That's what she looks like.
I can't look at her and insult her. I can't look at her and think any negative thought. I can't even look at her past and think, oh,
I mean,
maybe she's not.
you can't even look at her. She's like all covered. Oh wait, women, the married women don't wear the full covering, right? Isa?
Right. It depends. It depends on the kind of religious cultural space that the person's in. So yeah, it's more complex.
What's the taqwa?
Taqwa means God awareness.
Wait, taqwa full coverage. Niqab, that's the
Oh,
one.
niqab is where you cover your face.
Niqab, yeah, that's the one where they look like sad mailboxes.
You're silly.
I mean, that is a well-known fact.
I know.
Pure. Maybe, because she's a Western gal and she's wearing this covering on her head, it has to be a lie. Women have the choice to wear whatever they want in the West. You're never going to take that right away. You're
What's
never
the
going to take the
West?
hijab off of women's heads. It will always be here, Michael. It will always be here in America.
Switch it over.
Have you ever seen what are they called? The like hijab for the beach? That is just wild.
You're
Man.
talking about a burkini.
The burkini, yes. I didn't remember like the buzzword, but yeah, that's exactly what I was referring to.
Yeah. This
Hold
is
on,
this is
hold on.
devastating. This debate is devastating.
Oh
man.
my, yeah, and we still have about half to go, but we're going to leave it like that. This is the burkini. Imagine having to go to what? Oh, check this one out. It's like a regular, like a normal woman, and the burkini next to it. It makes it so weird. And this is especially triggering for me because being like a DJ, you go to these electronic music dance parties, and the ladies, a lot of them wear transparent stuff, or they're pretty much in like their underwear in the summer. It's wild, and no one bats an eye. It's like nothing happens.
Who cares? That's how I
Who
would
cares? Yeah.
It's so weird. Like you said, was the woman pure? Was the woman pure? I'm like, who cares, man?
Right.
Why are you
It doesn't even matter when we start like with the victim blaming. Like, it doesn't even matter if the woman was passed out drunk on the floor, naked. You shouldn't touch her. That's not that hard. It's not that hard.
Hey, baby, do I ever hit you? What, baby? Could you tell me what's going on? Honey, I have a teething baby right now.
Hey.
It's a little tough. Hey, baby, do
Baby,
I ever hit
love
you? Do I hit you?
I think this is a good question. Basil for $5 says, Isa, if the flirt is more charismatic, would you be convinced?
I mean, it depends on their arguments. Do they have an argument or what? Tell me.
Yeah, for the flat Earth. Let's say they have a good, a decent argument for the
Yeah,
flat Earth.
I've defended Whitsitt.
They are.
I've already defended Whitsitt. I think Whitsitt has won his debates. Yeah,
I think he's won a couple of debates, but mostly because the Globers were just again pure trash.
You could say that. I'm just saying that he won the debate.
It's not that he wins debates. It's more that and we've had I can say that I've granted Whitsitt at least 2 wins, but because the Glober that they put him on was straight trash. So it's not that Whitsitt won the debate, it's that the Glober lost it.
Well, that means he still won, though.
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, yeah, but there's a difference to me.
You could say that it's not like a great win, but yeah, I would still say that he made a good argument for his case, whether we agree with it or not. And
that's where I disagree. It's not that Whitsitt made a good argument. It's that he managed to. It was I don't remember who it was, but it was like someone who wasn't familiar with Whitsitt just jumped on to a Globe debate, and Whitsitt kind of bamboozled him. At least I've seen that happen at least twice. I don't remember with who because it's about 2 years ago. No, yeah, it's. I think there's a big difference. Let's say, let me put it into an analogy.
Okay.
We're racing cars head to head, and I have a mechanical problem and you win. It's not that you won; it's that I lost.
But I mean, if I crossed the finish line, I still won, even if I was super slow.
Right? Yeah, but I mean, how you win? Like if you're in an UFC fight and you don't throw a single punch, and the guy, your opponent, just like slips, fall back, lands on his head, knocks himself out. Yeah, you technically won.
Yeah.
But like it's how you win too. I think how you win is an important part.
I mean, I hear you, but he's still.
It's not just about winning.
I'm like, my man still won, whether we like it or not. You know, he still took the win. Like the thing is, he stayed standing. So if the person knocks themselves out, I'm like, you know, he figured out certain techniques and stuff like that to make him sort of unassailable in that way. You know, I mean, to us, we don't agree with what he said.
No. Wait. No. Ring. This guy is standing here, and the other guy, when they start going in, the guy B just like kind of steps on a blood puddle and just like slips. Boom. It's not that the guy A won; it's that the other guy knocked himself out. It's a making. In soccer, when a team scores an own goal, you can't say that you scored an own goal, like that you scored. No, they scored against themselves. It's a self-inflicted defeat. So I think that is not the same as you like completely dominating the fight or the argument and then taking the victory. I don't think those have the same value in so far as to who is the culprit of the result.
But do you think that Whitsitt made arguments that people liked? Like, do you think that didn't happen in these debates?
No.
You don't think he came?
No, he didn't make an argument. No, his argument was shit because all his arguments are shit. The problem is that he just caught someone who was not particularly familiar with his brand of word salad and caught him off guard.
So how did the person slip and fall? How did they slip and fall?
They were walking, they slipped and fell. They weren't familiar with Whitsitt. They came unprepared to a debate. And they got bamboozled for...
But it seems like that Whitsitt would have been an active agent in this situation. It doesn't sound like your analogy. If he's bamboozling, he's doing something. That other person slips and they fall. The floor did it. Whitsitt's actually doing something in this
but if Whitsitt couldn't pull that against me, that's why he runs away from debating me.
I get that. I'm talking about when he wins the debates, he is actually winning them. These people aren't falling. He's using his tactics to defeat them. I mean, we have to give him the point. We have to give him that point, whether we like it or not. He is beating these people, whether we agree with.
No, that's my point. He didn't beat these people. These people lost.
But how did they lose?
That I'm thinking that they lost because they were unprepared. Yeah, and only seen it twice. But then you get people, for example, like William, the engineer. William like completely body slammed Whitsitt, right? So I think it makes a difference who is like the direct responsible of the result. I mean, here you could say that IP's performance was average for like pretty much an average performance for him, just like a rapid fire of quotes. But like, who won this debate? I don't think the reason for IP's victory is that this guy Jvnior completely sucked, and that's pretty much it. Because IP's argument is hijacking all of the conquest that secularism has done in the world and claim it as Christianity. Like, he claimed democracy as Christianity, right? It's not a sophisticated argument. It's not an undefeatable position.
I mean, it's a, and I think, but the problem is if his argument isn't being assailed, then he gets the argument. That's how it works in these debates.
Right. Yeah, I know,
So,
but it's
that's
not
it.
that because it's a good argument. It's because the other guy is an idiot.
You could say that. It's a good argument if it's like if you're playing chess with a person who doesn't know how to play chess and you beat them, you still beat them. You might know better tactics.
Yeah, but
But if
it's a
someone has better
meaningless.
tactics
It's a
than you do-
meaningless victory. It's a meaningless victory. Like, for example, Dr. J is about two heads taller than me, right?
Okay.
And he can absolutely beat me at basketball just based on sheer size.
Sure.
It's a meaningless victory. It's not that that he wins. It's that I just lose. I can't deal with. I fail. Right, and I don't play basketball either. Right, so I think those things make a difference. Yeah, the end result is the same, but it's just meh. Basil, you asked this one already.
It's a really dumb question. It's a slippery slope argument. It's Basil uses a lot of logical fallacies in their thinking. It's really funny. They're like, because I talk about, like, I'm a sports commentator, right? I'm a debate commentator. So I'm giving my position of what I think people do in debates. That doesn't mean I co-sign on agreeing with what they're saying. And I think it's unfortunate that Basil is sort of, I don't know, it's sort of like, if you're not with Basil's team, you're bad. It's like both like extreme leftists and extreme right wingers are like this, that they're like, well, if you don't co-sign everything that I say, then you're a bad person. And I'm like, yeah, you're pretty myopic in your worldview of thinking. And it's kind of unfortunate. What I'm doing is I'm giving my commentating as a debate commentator, just like a sports commentator. Do I think that I agree with the content of these people? No. Yeah, I'm not going to say, yeah, I want a Christian nation state that will tell me what I can and cannot do. I don't want to live in a theocracy. That's like the last place I want to live. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm not saying that annuls it, but like, if you put me again playing basketball against a 5-year-old, then what meaning does my victory have? Nothing. It means nothing.
Well, it just means you outclass that person so much in that way that you're going to win. And I mean, it is true. And that means Whitsitt is actually a talented debater, whether we want to admit it or not. He knows his craft. He knows what he's doing, and he's good at it. That doesn't mean that his content is good.
Hold on.
He's good at what he's doing.
That's where this is where we heavily disagree, because I don't think it's not that Whitsitt is a good debater. He's a good bullshitter.
What's the difference? It's just like a lawyer.
Yeah, because word salad is not a lawyer. You don't win a trial with word salad.
You can. If the glove doesn't fit, acquit. You can call that word salad. What the hell does that mean?
No, but that has a correlation to that the glove didn't fit.
Yeah, but the point is that's the same thing with his thing, where he talks about electrostatics. He's like, the gravity doesn't fit, so it's electrostatic. Like, that's what he's saying. That's his thing,
Right, but it's bullshit. It's a bullshit argument.
It's not bullcrap.
It's not a correct argument.
It is correct from his logical reasoning. It is correct. It's correct in his logical reasoning. And the thing is, we don't have. The point is, you're so obsessed with the content, dude. Like,
Yes,
we're really
that's
fixated
the
on
most
content.
important thing. I don't
It's
give
not
a fuck
important,
about the
though.
form.
It's not
I don't
important.
care about the form. It's about the truth.
The point is, the thing is, if I'm Ben Stein and I'm like dry eyes, and everything I'm saying is accurate, but I'm not persuasive, I don't
know.
make coherent arguments, then I have lost. It doesn't matter about the.
I don't care.
It's about being persuasive.
No, for example, take my debate with Jim Bob. Everyone thinks that Jim Bob won, but all that happened during that debate was Jim Bob continuously spiraling the same point over and over.
Mhm.
It got rebutted 5 different ways. I explained it to him, and he couldn't get it, and he got stuck. I think I literally took that debate flawlessly because I presented a bunch of points that I wanted to talk about, and he literally refused to talk about anything that I brought up and got stuck on his one point that I refuted more than one way. That means that I won. So I don't care about the form or the charisma or whatever. I care about the argument itself. Is the argument correct? Like, his argument for Christianity is how can you he focused on the secular part of the thing, and his whole thing is what he never defended his position. He was like, oh, how would you attack another secularist if he decided to take up Christian values? And he's like, well, number one, you're focusing on the wrong part. It's not the secular, it's the humanist part. And then the same way that you can call someone a non-Christian, you can say someone is a bad humanist. Like, if they don't have human values, then you're not a bad humanist.
So when we look at a court of law, right, and you look at a movie like an interesting movie that I think is a good example of this is A Few Good Men. You have that debate in the court scene. The point is that you're persuading the audience. You have to take. It's not because with points of information, you
courts
can
of law are about evidence. It's a courts of law are about what's true. That movie is not a proper representation of what the hell happens in reality.
The thing is, there's many ways of looking at evidence and coming with different stories of evidence. That is what happens in law. That's why you have a prosecution and defense. It's basically you're looking at the same set of information, and whoever makes the more compelling narrative of the story is the one who wins. Because you can
Isa, do you think that you can spin? Do you think that you can somehow spin a story as to why someone's semen is inside of a dead woman?
Sure, you could. You could debate anything, any type of thing. Take O.J. Simpson. It's very clear that he did those things, but the guy was a brilliant narrator and orator that he persuaded the audience that he didn't do it. It was amazing. It was an amazing case. This guy got away with murder. It was impressive, you know? It's very clear that.
But wait, isn't the fact that they had just one, like a glove? Like, I don't know the details of that case.
Yeah,
I
but
honestly don't know.
No, Johnny Cochran was a brilliant orator, and everybody makes fun of it to this day. If the glove doesn't fit, acquit. There's many reasons why that glove.
Right, but the glove didn't. That's what I told you before. The glove didn't fit. If the glove would have fit, like, oh. How can you spin? Like, the guy puts on the glove, fits like a glove, ironically.
Yeah, but
how can you spin that?
There's many ways you could spin. You could say, well, maybe the glove shrunk based on, being exposed to, weather environments. There's arguments you could make towards that. But all the other evidence is clear linked to him doing this thing. You know what I mean? It's not like, it's pretty clear that he did it. But the point is, it's like, there are people who've gotten off for crimes that they did commit. If the lawyer is good, and if the lawyer is able to spin the narrative, or they could say, look at the evidence and say the guy's clinically insane. So of course that this shouldn't happen.
Well, yeah, but that's a strategy. That's a strategy that I think applies to the law and not debate.
Witz is a strategist. Oh, but
Whitsitt is a dummy. Whitsitt is just a dummy.
I think you have a strong bias against
scammer. People, well, not a dummy. He's smart enough to be a scamming liar. Do you think it takes skill to be a scammer? it takes a minimum of skill.
I think you.
But
Yeah,
the people that are scammers is because they are not smart enough to do other stuff.
I think that you can be skilled in doing that. A good scammer is skilled because they know how to manipulate people. Like, particularly, there's these scammers that come from India and they have heavy
Yeah.
accents, which is unbelievable. I'm like, you're from the IRS and you're talking like this. I'm like, there's no way you're from America, dude. You know, with that type of accent, you're not from America, dude.
Right, but
they come in,
who do they catch on? They catch on the lowest of the low. They catch on people who are very old or people who are like in an unfortunate position. But like a scammer can never scam me. Number one, because you can't scam an honest person, and number two, it's because I'm smarter than them.
oh my God, Basil's giving a lot of money. We love it.
For $5, could I argue into the fact that the square root of 2 is rational?
Yeah, you know what you could do? Do you know that guy who was in Iron Man? Terrence something.
Howard.
Terrence Howard. He has Howardonomics. He would do that.
Yeah, and it fails. It only bamboozles the most idiotic of society.
He went to countries.
One
He went
times
to
one
countries.
1 times 1 equals 2 only bamboozles someone who knows jack shit about mathematics. Arnold for $5 says guilty people can walk free in trials, and the objectively correct side can lose a debate. Good
That's
job.
my argument. That is my argument. It doesn't
I
matter
understand.
if the information is
I
true.
know,
You still
no.
can lose.
Oh my god!
That's a mic drop, dude.
Fucking Arnold took us to square one. I said yes, Whitsitt has won debate, but it's not because Whitsitt wins the debate. It's because the other moron went to a rocket launcher fight with a fork.
Knife. Yeah. Because Whitsitt had the rocket
No,
launcher.
you can't. I don't think you can scam an honest person. Well, no, con an honest person. You might be able to scam, but you can't scam someone who is smarter than you. That's for sure. I don't really think so. Wait, agreed. Are you agreeing with me or with Isa now? But that was kind of my point. Yes, someone who does have the factually incorrect position, aka Whitsitt, in a flat earth debate, against someone who is like completely dumb, is not familiar, which it doesn't take much. You just have to watch a couple of Whitsitt debates, and he always does the same shit. It's bamboozle, where salad, say a bunch of incorrect stuff.
Yeah.
And that's it. Yeah. And the only thing it takes is like knowing how he is incorrect, and that's about it. Both, in a sense. Damn. No, we need a tiebreaker. Damn you. Fence sitter. No, I'm kidding. I love you, Arnold. All right, it's super late. We might have to finish this.
Well, can we finish? We didn't finish Jvnior's rebuttal, did we?
No, yeah, we did.
Oh, we finished it. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
You said you wanted to shout out something. Go right ahead. Hold on.
Can you put it in the private? It's from the private chat.
You can put it on. You have all the controls.
Okay. So I was doing a fundraiser for Children in America. If you're interested, it's popcorn. It also is to help support my law fraternity that I'm in. So if you're interested, that's my link for popcorn that helps kids fulfill their dreams in the United States. So there it is. Thank you.
All right. Let me go to my side. All right. Final thoughts. We're going to need to do a part 2 next week on this because oh my, it gets so much crazier from here. Final thoughts, Isa.
I think my position on this is that so far IP is winning the debate, whether we agree with the points or not. But I think IP did bring up evidence and facts. I'm not sure if I agree with how the facts and evidence were delivered, but there is an argument being made here, which is something we value. Is there's some argument here? There was no presentations, which we don't like. We want to see presentations to have like coherent arguments, and I think if IP focused on one or 2 points, it would be much better. Having lots and lots of data and lots of information is very hard to refute, and it's very hard to engage. And some may view that as a gish gallop. So that can be problematic for your audience and probably not the best look. Better have a polished presentation and kind of focus on 2 or 3 points of why you think so. Maybe have a syllogism, something like that. Jvnior, on the other hand, this is a master class of debate. This is the X class of debate. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, absolute level of debate. If you want theatrics, you got it here. You want Palestine, you're not going to get once. You're not going to get it twice. You're going to get bingo of Palestine. You're going to get drinking game Palestine. You're going to get like Exodia cards Palestine, because Palestine was the star of the show. Palestine is the star of this debate because that was what was brought up more than anything else. And I'm just like, why don't these people debate Palestine? Javed Hashmi, time for Palestine. Daniel, how can I get you time for Palestine?
Right?
Jvnior, time for Palestine. You don't need to talk about Christianity because you're not in Christianity.
Even Carrier mentioned.
Oh, Richard Carey brought it up too?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I must have missed that, but I was probably doing work. My bad. But they're all promoting Palestine. And I'm just like,
It's a hot topic.
I'm like, but it's weird because nobody else cares. No one's talking about this in debates. I'm like, we should care about Palestine, and we should care about Syria, and we should care about Congo, and we should care about Somalia, and we should care about Sudan. There's a lot of things to care about. It's interesting that in every debate, even when it's not about this, it's like I want to call it the Palestine argument. It derails everything. Let's just bring up Palestine. We don't actually have to engage with the topic Palestine. I don't have to have an in-depth understanding about geopolitics. I can emotionally manipulate you with Palestine. Here, let me show you the powerful trickery, the powerful magic of Palestine. My family is being bombed in Palestine. Okay. Really sorry, man. That's hard. Well, do you condemn the bombing of Palestine? Well, I don't know much about this. This is not what I came here to debate. I came here to debate that Christianity is better. So you are a genocide apologist. You apologize for genocide. You believe in genocide because you don't support Palestine. But we know what we need to do? The Christians and the Muslims need to come together to fight the atheists, to fight the Jews, to fight the secularists, because they are in a cabal taking over the world and bringing degeneracy. This is the argument that we see, the Palestine argument. Degeneracy, I'm a victim. I'm like, dude, this is so terrible to Palestinians who are suffering, man. It's really gross, man. It's really gross to do this to Palestinians who are actually suffering, man. You know, like, using them as a victim card in a debate, I don't know. It's like when DJT brought up 9/11 during the debate against Ted Cruz. I'm like, this is crazy, man. It's complete emotional manipulation. It's a really problematic tactic. But I get it. I understand the position. And I really think that we should feel empathy and compassion and mercy. And I know my co-host does too. But it's like, I don't know what to say. It's just, it's cringe. But like, but to wrap it up, I think Junior calling the wife, Lord have mercy, and we heard he said, doesn't work well with the phone. Where you put a phone, that thing was completely set up, man. Where you have that, so it's perfect audio that everyone can hear it. Hey, baby.
Nah, but why? What do you mean set up? He called her and put her on speaker, and that's it.
No, but I mean like the perfect acoustics. Like it was like this is a planned out situation for the debate.
I mean, he has a pretty new iPhone. Why would it be bad?
I don't know. It's just the thing is like the acoustics of that working, of getting that perfect type of thing. It's like,
no, Isa, no. I think you're overthinking.
Atención, el número recibido por la central no es correcto.
You just hear it.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not just saying it's like the acoustics. I'm saying the whole thing. It was like it's like a plan of kind of emotional manipulation. But it was
yeah, but that's not.
Yeah.
That's different than like a setup, or I don't know. That sounds different. Like,
Well,
yeah, was it like an appeal to emotion, trying to show like it was a shitty tactic and stupid. I don't know what you mean about like a setup.
Well, in a setup, in the sense that it was like, okay, here's this kind of, it was a kind of a calculated move, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. But the point was that he brought up this kind of just like a lot of it was very theatrical. And I mean, I think it's going to be written down in modern day debate history as being kind of super perfect. You know, this is definitely level tier. This is godhood of debate. So that it gets it, you know.
I think that he tried to play the victim, but he's not good as like as an actor. Like, and if you're going to play the victim, just go all in. Just like give us some tears. Like, he has no emotion. He has like the monotone. He complained in his opening about IP, like putting the crowd to sleep, and then he spoke like this the whole debate. I am very sad. I cried for my family because they're in danger. They dropped the bombs. I think he failed. He failed every fucking step of the way. It doesn't mean, to me, it doesn't mean that IP won, because IP's argument again is just the citation machine gun, and we couldn't see like the presentation to even get to be able to fact check it to see what the fuck he's talking about. But then he's like quoting books, and then the same way that Whitsitt uses the fallacy machine gun as a defense, IP, his default strategy is to just cherry pick a couple of sentences from like 10 different studies who you don't really know if they support his position. You don't really know if there are caveats, if whatever, like if he's accurately representing those, etc., etc. So even though the result is the same, yes, IP is ahead. I think it's because Jvnior is just so bad that IP could have just said Christianity, rah rah rah, Christianity, rah rah rah, and he would have been ahead. So far, like it doesn't take much. He could have said something like very stupid, like, for example, the Vatican. I don't know. He could have just appealed to, to Christian charity, and it would have been the same, because the other, like, Jvnior has nothing. That is just.
I mean, he has theatrics. If you like theatrics in a debate, you know.
But he's bad at even that.
I do agree with one thing that you said.
You have to put emotion. Like, if you really want to pity, like if you really want people to pity you, you can't just try to play the pity card from a monotone like this guy has. You can't. It has no effect. If you don't show the emotion, then you're not really fulfilling that strategy. So what you call theatrics, I call just like a shitty performance in an attempt to act as the victim.
Well, I think you make a very interesting argument, and I tend to agree with it too. Is that if you're going to do that performance, you need to go all the way with it,
Right?
and you can't do the Mike
Show me
makes
a tear. Show me a tear. Something.
and you can't go to Mike makes right, because like he had two sides of the argument. He's like, Islam is tough. It punishes criminals. It's hardcore. It does things powerfully. It does wrong things, but it does it right. It cuts the bad things away. But then you're saying
but we're also persecuted.
powerless.
It's like, dude, you can't be.
We're powerless, but we're extremely strong. I'm like, which is it? Are you
you
powerless
can't be both.
or are you strong? You're right. I agree. You can't be both of them. And I'm like, if Islam is so powerful, then why are all the countries weak according to this position? Why is there all the inbreed, the incest, quote unquote? Why is there so much dysfunction? Why is there so much poverty? And then what Javed Hashemi's response to that is, like the trifecta here, well, it's European imperialism caused everything. And I'm like, Javed, you have no accountability for why Muslims are suffering themselves. You're just like, well, the white people did it. White people caused all our pain and suffering. I don't hear people in Uruguay doing that, are they? Are they crying and saying, white people have made us suffer? It seems like you're having a good time there. You're partying, you're having your disco, you're having a good time, man. You know, you're not crying and saying.
I mean, like Argentina is in the middle of a crisis. Brazil was in crisis, and we are just like here drinking mate, chilling. So yeah,
and you're making it. You're not crying about it. You're not saying, look at the white people caused me harm. And I'm like, do you want perpetual victimhood? Or do you want to control your own destiny? You have a choice here. And, you know, like they were insulting South America. Daniel was attacking South America. And I'm like, I think Andrew came on top. Andrew's like, dude, South America's doing way better than, you know, Pakistan is. You know what I mean? Take Argentina, take Uruguay, take Paraguay, take all of these countries. They're doing way better than Pakistan is, you know? So just saying. Hashtag just saying.
I mean, we don't have the religious fundamentalism. That to me is always a win. Drinking we don't have Dr. Pepper. Stop rubbing it in my face. Like, wait, hold on. Because people fell in love with the phone operator. So I'm going to give you something else, something more. No, wait, I fucked up once more.
«30 segundos. La señal indicará las 2 horas, 27 minutos, 40 segundos.
How wild is it that we have a service that you can call from your phone that tells you what the time is? I guess for blind people, but
30 segundos, man.
Yeah, I guess for blind people. But like if you're calling on your cell phone, you already have the time there. You can just ask Siri. But yeah, Aldebaran was saying that hold on, he forgets that I'm from a Spanish-speaking country. That is funny. All right. Tomorrow we have an after show. There's going to be a debate on MDD. It's LARPing for Jesus or standing for truth, whatever you want to call him. And who else? I don't remember the rest. But the topic is, are humans related to apes? I guess. I think. Hold on, I'm checking. Are humans and apes related? So that's going to be tomorrow, 9 p.m. And we'll have our classic after show. Hashtag give Isa a hug, Andrew. Oh my God. I heard some gossip that Andrew had some of the BO going on after the at some point during the weekend. So I also heard some other gossip, which I cannot go into because that would be giving out my sources. But before we go, make sure to do the social things like, share, subscribe, send it to a friend, send it to your significant other, go to the corner, use the corner of your street and just subscribe to Yerba Mate Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. Isa, always a pleasure. People way over there in the chat, special thanks for all of those. I just had a mind fart. Special thanks to all of you who support us, who stayed here, who commented. Thank you so much, Dr. Beer. The doctor. I'll send you an email. We can have that chat next week, and we are very well on our way to 1,000 subs. We're so close. I can already taste it. Thank you so much. We'll catch you tomorrow. Take care. Have a great day.